Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel Genalytiq. In this complete FastAPI full course, we are going to learn how to build high performance production ready API using Python, step by step from absolute basic to advanced concept, even if you are completely new to backend development. Okay, so we'll start with the basic understanding how FastAPI actually works and then move towards authentication, databases, validation, and real production level projects. All will be explained in a simple and practical way. Okay, so whether you are beginner starting backend development or developer who wants to build real world APIs faster, then this course is designed for you. So no confusion, no unnecessary theory, just clear explanation and hands-on coding, right? So if you are ready to learn one of the fastest and most powerful Python framework, then grab your laptop, get ready to code, and let's start mastering FastAPI together. Okay, so let's get started. So what is FastAPI? FastAPI is modern high-performance web framework in Python that helps developers create API. API means application programming interface. Okay, quickly and efficiently. It uses standard Python type hints to make coding easier and safer for developers. Right? FastAPI automatically handles data validation, serialization, and documentation for your API. So you might be thinking, what is API? So I give you one very common scenario that you can relate with your daily life, so you can get more clear picture on it. Suppose being a customer, you enter into a restaurant, right? So you are a customer. Now you enter the restaurant, and for giving the order, you call the waiter. Now waiter comes to you. So when waiter comes to you, then you give the order to the waiter, right? Now waiter go to the kitchen. After taking the order, waiter go to the kitchen and put the order whatever you have given. Now in the kitchen, cook go to the storeroom or ingredient room, whatever you say. I mean, all the kitchen related store. Okay, now cook goes to the kitchen related store and taking all the related ingredients or all the materials that needs to be required to cook the that recipe, right? So cook goes to the ingredients room and bring all the ingredients to the kitchen. Now cook bring all the ingredients to the kitchen. Now in kitchen, the cook cooks all the recipe. Now after the recipe gets ready, then cook call the waiter and he would hand over the recipe to the waiter, right? Then waiter goes bring this recipe to the customer and deliver to the customer, right? This is the basic scenario of a restaurant, right? So in this case, who is playing the intermediary as the intermediary playing who is playing the intermediary role in this entire scenario? That is waiter, right? So this waiter becomes the actual API, right? So who is basically taking care and become intermediary for all the communication? It is basically API, right? So in the same way, if you take another example in our development case, then is this same. Being a client, you are using front end in any website, then you are requesting to the you are requesting any request through the FastAPI. And this FastAPI goes to the backend with your request. Then backend will communicate with the database. Then from database, whatever you asked, all the data comes to the backend. Then backend will give to the FastAPI. Then FastAPI gives back to the client. This is the entire scenario in website that happens, right? So this is the basic concept or basic scenario about FastAPI, how API works in the backend using FastAPI, right? Why is FastAPI popular? What are the benefits of it? Okay, so it is super fast performance. FastAPI is one of the fastest Python frameworks available, comparable to frameworks like Node.js and Go. Okay, thanks to its asynchronous capabilities. Easy to learn and use. Even beginners can start building API quickly because FastAPI uses clean, readable code and Python standard features. automatic API documentation. FastAPI automatically generates interactive API documentation, Swagger UI or Redoc. FastAPI gives one UI that is called Swagger UI. I will show you everything in practical. So this is the very good documentation about FastAPI. Okay. Type hints based validation. FastAPI uses Python type hints for data validation. This means your API checks incoming data automatically, preventing many bugs early on. Right? Async support. Built-in support for Python's async wait allows handling many requests at the same time. If you know Python, then you must be knowing we used async wait for debug our code. So FastAPI supports this. Okay. So FastAPI versus other frameworks. What's the difference between FastAPI and other framework that used in for backend server? Okay. So there are few famous backend server that is used in our industry, that is Flux, Django, right? So now here some comparison between Flux, Django and FastAPI. In case of Flux, speed is moderate, or Django it is moderate, and FastAPI it is very fast. Async support, Flux doesn't support async. Django is partially support async, and FastAPI completely support async. Automatic docs, Flux doesn't have any automatic docs. Then Django doesn't have, FastAPI have. Validation built-in function, Flux doesn't have, Django doesn't have, but FastAPI has. Easy to use, Flux is very easy to use, Django is moderate, and FastAPI is very easy to use, right? So in among all the comparison, FastAPI is very much easy to learn and easy to code. Okay, that is why FastAPI is vastly used in our industry. Key takeaways. FastAPI is first modern Python framework for building APIs. It is easy to learn and perfect for both beginners and professionals. FastAPI automatically auto-generates interactive docs. Python types hints make your code safer and cleaner. You can run your app using UVCon. UVCon is basically one server framework that we need to use to run our server. Okay. What is routing in FastAPI? Routing means connecting a URL, web address, that is when any domain, right? Any domain with a Python function. In FastAPI, routes are defined using decorator like @app.get, it handles get request, @app.post, it handles post request, @app.put, it handles update function, and @app.delete, it handles delete function. So this HTTP method decides how user will interact with your API. For example, get is usually for fetching data. Okay, whenever you are communicating with database, then using get method you pull up all the data. Okay, and post is usually for sending data or creating data. Now, for example, you are creating any data in the database, then you have to use post method. Okay, to get the data you have to use get method. To update the data you have to use put method, or any delete in the same way. To delete any data you have to use delete method. Okay, so this is basically routing in FastAPI. So what are the HTTP methods? Now get is read or fetch data, that I have already told you. Post, create new data. Put, update existing data. Delete, remove data. Okay. Path parameter, that is dynamic URLs. What is path parameter? Path parameters let you capture values directly from the URL. They are parts of the path inside. So whenever you want to take any dynamic, you want to pass any dynamic value in the URL directly, then you have to use path parameter. So whenever you want to use path parameter, then you have to use curly brackets. Okay. So to send any value, any data dynamically through the URL, you have to use path parameter, right? Another is query parameter. It is optional and for extra information. Okay, query parameter are values that comes after a question mark in the URL. They are often used for things like filter recognition. pagination. So query parameter is almost same like path parameter, but in this case, in query parameter, you don't have to put any curly brackets in your code. Simply in the URL, you have to put a question mark and pass your value. Okay, this is the query parameter. So this is the basic difference between path and query parameter. So don't worry, everything I'll show you practical. So don't worry. So this is the basic theory for our this introduction video. So let's jump to the practical part and let's start the coding. Okay. Okay guys, so before starting our coding, let's create our Git repository so that I can commit all the code in this repository, and I will give this repository link in the description box, so you can take reference anytime you want. Okay, so let's create the repository. I give you them FastAPI tutorial. Okay, and make it public, adding readme file, git ignore, Python, license I'm choosing MIT. Okay, and creating our repository. Okay, so our repository has been created. So let me copy the link, and I have opened one of my folder. Here I am going to clone my repository. Okay, so I have to write git clone, and I have to put my repository link, and it is calling entire repository in my local system. Okay, so yes, the repository has been cloned over here, right? Okay, so let me open my IDE. Guys, I have opened my IDE. I am using Google Authenticity. You can use any kind of IDE like VS Code, Cursor, anything. So for this project, I am using Authenticity. Okay, so let me select my folder. So this is my repository folder. I am selecting. Okay. So my repository folder has been opened. Okay. So before starting any project, as usual, we have to create our virtual environment, right? So for that, we have to open our terminal, and I'm selecting my command prompt, and I'm writing Python. I'm using Python 3.3 version, 3.13 version. Okay, so I'm writing Python 3.13 -m space venv space my virtual environment name. Okay, this is my virtual environment name. So and pressing enter. So it is going to create an virtual environment for my project, right? So let it create first. So guys, my virtual environment has been created. Okay, so before going ahead, we have to activate our environment, right? So for that, we have to write my environment /script/activate. Okay, and now see, my environment has been activated. Okay, so after activating our virtual environment, we have to create our requirement.txt file where we can keep all our required libraries or dependencies that we need to install for our project, right? So for that, I am creating requirements.txt file. Okay, So first we have to install our FastAPI, okay, and UV call, okay, in order to run our server, okay. So to install FastAPI and UV call. So how can we run this? So in order to run my install all the dependency, we have to run this requirement txt file, okay. So we have to write pip install -r requirements.txt, okay, and it is installing FastAPI and UV call in our project, okay. So let it install first. So our dependency has been installed. So let me check first pip list and see UVcorn FastAPI and UVcorn has been installed, okay. So let's start our first coding. So for that I am creating one file, that is main.py, okay. So first we have to import our FastAPI from FastAPI, import FastAPI, and okay, for now FastAPI is enough. Now we have to create our app equal to FastAPI. So this app is basically our instance of our FastAPI object, okay. So app is basically instance of our FastAPI object. Now we have to create our routing, okay. So in order to create our routing, we have to write @app dot method, whatever method you want to use. First of all, we have to use get method, okay, and we have to create our endpoint, that is home. Slash means home endpoint, okay. So slash means home directory. Suppose whenever we are landed to any website, then home URL is basically means slash. Home URL is the landing page, that is slash. After that, whenever you go to any about page or contact us page of the website, then that is also another endpoint. So this is our first endpoint, that is slash, that is home page. And if suppose we want to go to about page, then slash about, this is another endpoint, okay. So like this we have to create our multiple endpoints. So first of all, we have to create our home directory, that is slash, okay. Now we have to mention our one definition, that is read root, okay. This is our root directory. So we have created the definition root and return hello. We can write this message hello world, okay. So this is our first root endpoint, okay. So let it run first. So in order to run our FastAPI server, we have to write UVcorn file name. Our file name is main : app. App means our app, FastAPI app, okay. Space -- reload, okay. So if you run without reload, then also it will run, but the difference is, okay, there was some issue. So let me write it again. UVcorn main : app, okay. Now if you press enter, then you will get the URL through which you can run your server, okay. Now let it click here. Now see, we got our home page. This is our home page 127.0.01 on 8000 port. Now it is running on 8000 port. Now see, as we have mentioned hello world, so it is printing over here, okay. So these are home page because we have created our slash directory, okay. Now see, if I have to change anything over here, Okay, I'm pressing save. Then if I reload this, it will not affect over here. Okay, for that we have to stop our server, then again we have to run our server again. Now if you go to the URL, then press refresh, then it gets affected on our page. That is why we are recommended to use ubicon main :app -reload. So what will happen, whenever you make changes and save your page, it automatically reload the server and refresh the page automatically in the web page directly. Okay, so let's see. Now I have run the server again. Now it is same. Okay, now again I'm writing hello world. Now I'm making the changes on the page directly. Okay, now I'm saving our page, and see, I have not yet stopped my server. I'm not restarting my server. Now if I go to my page and press refresh, now see, my page has been updated successfully. So this is why we always recommend it to use -reload. Okay, now let's get our second endpoint. Okay, now we are getting our next endpoint, that is app.get, and this time we are creating our one endpoint, that is greet. Okay, now we have to create our definition, that is also greet, and I'm returning message hello Sam. Okay, now see, in the video you can see I am not shutting down or restarting my server. It is automatically reloaded. Whenever I'm saving my page, it is automatically reloaded. Okay, so my second endpoint has been created. Now let's get back to the URL. Now see, this is my home URL. Okay, now as I have created /greet, so I have to put /greet. Now see, in /greet we have mentioned hello Sam, so it is mentioning over hello Sam. Okay, so in this way you can create any number of endpoints, whatever you require in your project. Okay, so guys, as we are testing our endpoint through the Chrome browser, so there are multiple UI based applications available through which we can test our API. Okay, like Postman, RESTFox, like this. Okay, so in the same way, FastAPI itself provide one UI that is very easy to understand, that is very easy to handle. So let's see how we can get this UI to test our API. Okay, so for that, what you have to do, you have to write your home URL /docs. That's it, and you get the UI. This is called Swagger UI. This is called Swagger UI, that is provided by FastAPI. Okay, now see, we have created two endpoints. One is / and one is /greet. So see, these are /, and this is get method, and this is also get method. Now see, first /, if you try it, then you get successfully. Okay, the output is string. Okay, if you click execute, then you get the final output, message is hello world. Right, in the same way, if you click on the /greet, then try it out and execute, then you will get message hello Sam. Okay, so this is the Swagger UI through which you can test your API or test your each endpoint of your API. Okay, so going forward we will test every API through this Swagger API. Okay, we have already learned about path parameter. Okay, so this is how we can create in a number of endpoint. So now if we want to create any kind of path parameter is if you want to send any data dynamically through the URL, then you have to create your path parameter. Okay, so how can we build this? You have to write app dot get and see slash greet slash within curly brackets name. Now we have to mention our definition greet name equal to string. Now we have to put whatever value we want to pass through the URL, that variable we have to pass in our definition, that is name. We are passing name, that is name, and we are mentioning that has to be string. Okay, and we can message f string hello the name. Okay, this is the path parameter. Okay, so within curly brackets I have to mention whatever path parameter, whatever name, whatever variable I want to pass through the URL dynamically. Okay, that is path parameter. Now let's see how it works. Now if you refresh this page, now see another endpoint you got it here. Now one more thing. Let me first show in the URL. Now if I press greet, then it is hello Sam. Now as I have mentioned the point path parameter after the greet, so I have to mention slash and I have to put the name. Now see hello Sam. Okay, whatever name I have passed over here, because I have mentioned after greet name as a path parameter, and in the message I am printing hello the name, whatever I am passing in the URL. So whatever name I have passed after this greet, that will be printed over here. Now if I write Tom, then it will be printed as hello Tom. Okay, so this is called path parameter, through which you can send any kind of value through the URL. Okay, so now see here I have mentioned name has to be string. Okay, so I'm sending string, so that is printing. Now if I mention as integer, I have mentioned previously it was string. Now if I mention as integer and try to pass over here, then it will show some error, because input has to be integer. Okay, so let's check it in Swagger UI. Now see, now this is required field and it has to be integer. Now if we try it now. Now if we pass any kind of string value and press execute, then it will show for name value has to be integer. Okay, so over here I have to pass any integer value, execute, and it will show hello 20. Okay, and see, you can see this path. Okay, so this field is basically path parameter. Okay, that is why it is mentioned over path. Okay, so if we convert it as string and it fits over here, and now see it becomes string. Okay, now if I pass Sam then and press execute, then it will show hello Sam. Okay, so this is called path parameter. Okay, so in the same way we can send one another parameter that is called query parameter. So in case of query parameter, you don't need to pass anything in curly brackets. You have to simply pass your required field after the endpoint. You have to put one question mark and you have to pass your variable like age equal to 20, something like this. Okay, now it is not working because I have not mentioned my query parameter in our code. Okay, so let's see how we can write. So in order to write our query parameter, you have to just mention your parameter over here, age integer, and now I'm returning hello name and your age years old. Okay, now I am mentioning name as path parameter and age as query parameter. That's it. Okay, now if I go URL and press over here, now see hello Tom and you are 20 years old. Now, if I don't pass my query parameter, then it will print field required. Okay, because in my code I have mentioned field parameter and path parameter and query parameter both. Okay, but I'm sending only path parameter. So in case of query parameter, it is showing required field. Okay, so in that case, you have to want to put question mark, and then we have to pass our query parameter variable and then the value, and it will show hello Tom, you are 20 years old. Now seeing Swagger UI. Now see. Try it out. Now see. The first field name, that is string, and it is path parameter. And the second field age, it is integer and it is query parameter. You got my point? This is path parameter and this is query parameter. It is clearly mentioned over here. Now you have to pass over here. If you pass Sam and try to execute, then it will show age required field. Okay. Now you have to put it integer value and press execute. Then you will get hello Sam, you are 20 years old. Right? So now if my name and age both fields are required, so we have to pass both value. Suppose we want to make any field optional, then what we have to do, we have to import typing, import optional, and suppose want to make age as optional. Okay, then I have to put optional int, and whenever we need to use optional, then always we have to pass a default value. If we pass the value in our URL, then that will be printed. If we don't pass any value, then it will be printed as none. So always we have to mention one default value. Okay, now let's see. Now previously when I did not mention the query parameter, it didn't work. Now if I press enter, now see, I did not mention the query parameter, but only I have mentioned path parameter, as I have keep my age parameter, that is query parameter age field. Query parameter as optional, that is why it is printed as hello Tom and you are none, that is none value. Yes, so okay, in Swagger UI as well. Now see, it is required field, but age, the required tag has been removed because I have made it optional. Okay, so now if I running as Sam and I don't put any value in age, then also it will execute hello Sam and you are none years old, because the none is the default value. Now if I put here the age value, if I put the age value and press execute, then it will print as hello Sam and you are 20 years old. Okay, in the same way, if I pass age equal to 10, then it will show hello Tom, you are 10 years old. Okay, understand how we can pass our path parameter and query parameter as well. Okay, so guys, one more thing, always remember, do we need to always pass our query parameter after the path parameter? No, not like that. If you want to pass everything as query parameter, then you can also do it. Now suppose if I remove this curly brackets name, okay, and if I run this, then it will work as entirely query parameter. Okay, now if I press grid, okay, just a minute. Now see, it is showing missing value because we did not pass any value, any query parameter. Both now it becomes name and age, both becomes query parameter. Now I have to pass the query parameter for both. Okay, now if I put question mark and press name equal to Sam, and if there is more than one query parameter, then we have to put and. Okay, and age equal to 10. Okay, now if I press enter, now see, hello Sam, you are 10 years old. Okay, so without putting making any path parameter, we can also define our query parameter. And if there is multiple query parameter, then we have to pass all the query parameter one by one with AND operator, and we have to start our query parameter with question mark. Okay, now see Swagger UI. Now see both field. Now see name field also query and age field also query. Because I have made both parameter as query parameter. Okay, so that is why this showing query. Both are queries. Okay, now if I pass the name and age as 20, then it will show, hello Sam, you are 20 years old. Okay, so this is how we can implement our path parameter, query parameter. In case we want to simply pass all the query parameter, that is also possible. Okay, this is how we can implement all our parameter, right? Okay guys, so next topic is post request. So basically what is post request? Suppose in some scenario you have to send some resources or data to the server in order to store it in database, right? In that case, to store or update data in database, you have to use post request. And in that scenario, request body comes into the picture. Basically, what is request body? Request body is basically data that a client is sending to the server in order to update or create any data over database. Okay, so request body is basically JSON formatted data, and FastAPI use Pydantic to validate this data for validation and parsing the data. Okay, so whenever if you send any missing data or wrong data type, then FastAPI automatically detects this error and throw the error. So you don't have to write any extra validation code over there. Okay, so let's see how we can write this. So for that, first of all, we have to write our Pydantic class. Okay, so Pydantic class, suppose we created one class that is student. Okay, and here we have to call our base model. Okay, and for that we have to import this base model from Pydantic, right? From Pydantic import base model. Okay, now I have to inherit this base model in our student class. Okay, base model. Now I have to initiate all the variables that I am to keep in this class. Okay, so suppose name, and that has to be string, age that has to be integer, and one is role. Okay, that also needs to be integer. Okay, now we have to write our root. Okay, let me now I have to write our post request, that is post root. Okay, so app dot post. Now we are using post request. Okay, and we are creating our endpoint, that is create student. Okay, this is our endpoint. Now I have to write our definition. It also create student, and here I have to pass my variable, that is student, and here I have to inherit my class, that is student class. Okay, so basically in my student variable, all the features that this student class has, so automatically all the features will be inherited over here. Okay, so I have already created one complete course for Pydantic. So guys, if you have not yet seen that video, I will give that link in description box and I button as well. So please, you can check over there and learn how we can use Pydantic. Okay. Now what we have to return? We have to return. Now we are returning name, and that has to be student dot name. Okay. Age, that has to be student dot age, and last one is role, that has to be student dot role. Okay. So our endpoint is ready. Now let's test it in our Swagger UI. Okay. So I hope, yes, my server is running. Now see, one another endpoint has been created, that is get student, and method is post. Okay. Now if we click try, then see, now this is the request body. Now this is the request body. Okay. This is the request body. Here we have to pass name as a string, age as an integer, role as integer. Okay. This is request body. So I have already told you request body is basically data in JSON format. Okay. So suppose we are passing name as Sam. Okay. Role is 10. Age is 20. Role is 10. Okay. Now let's execute. Now see, our request code is 200 code. That means successful. So request body, response body is name Sam, age 20, role 10. Okay. So successful request. That means we have successfully sent our data to the server in to update or save over that database. Okay. So this is the post request through which we can send our data to the server. Okay. So as I told you, to create or update data to the server, we need to use request body. So always remember, we have to use this Pydantic model in case of post and put method. That put basically used for update our data. Okay. So post and post and put, this two method basically use this Pydantic model. Okay. So in order to understand our post request as well, so let's jump to our next example, right? Okay, guys. So in order to understand our total HTTP request, that is post, get, post, put, and delete, all this example all together. So let's create one small example, and that is called basically CRUD operation. Okay. So CRUD operation is create, read, update, and delete. So in order to understand how FastAPI perform the CRUD operation, so let's create one small example where we can perform all our HTTP request. Okay. So let's create one file, that is CRUD.py. Okay. So first of all, we have to import our FastAPI. Now from Pydantic, as we have to use our post request, so we are importing our Pydantic model as well. Okay. From Pydantic, import base model. Okay. Now suppose for example, we are creating one bookstore. Okay. So for that, initially we have a list of books. Okay. So suppose we have list of books and and this is our list of books. Okay, so there are 4 books that is stored in our list, right? So now initiate, what we have to do? First of all, we have to initiate our app, right? App equal to FastAPI. Okay, now first let's see how we can fetch all our books, okay, using our get method. So app dot get that is slash book, our URL slash books, so that we can get our all the books in this endpoint. Okay, so write book definition get book and return books. Okay, return books, right? Now let's run this file. Okay, so this is basically unicorn and this file name is CRUD. Okay, CRUD app minus reload. Okay, so okay, now it's running. Now refresh this. Just a minute. Now see, this is our this project URL. Okay, now we have only one endpoint, that is books. Now if we click here and try it, let's execute. Now see, in our first get method, we are getting all our books in a list format. Okay, so this is basically our get. So using get, we are fetching all our data from the server. Okay, now let's write one post method. Okay, suppose we want to create some data. We want to create some additional book in our database. Okay, this is our database, basically this list, books list. So now we want to add some additional books into this list. Okay, so for that we have to use post method. Okay, so okay, before that we have to create parentic class, right? So let's create the parentic class first. As I told you, in post method and put method, we have to use parentic class. Okay, so class book. Okay, and we have to use base model, right? Now ID, that would be integer. These are my variables. Okay, title, that would be string. Author, that would be string, and publish date. Okay, that would be a string. Okay, this is my parentic class for creating my database, creating the data over database, right? So now I have to create the post route, app dot post slash now definition is create book. Okay, and here I have to pass my variable book and inherit our parent class. Okay, now we have to book dot model dump. Okay, so basically model dump converts our parenting model into dictionaries. Okay, that is why we use model dump, and we need to store it in one variable. Okay, new book, right? So now book dot append book dot books dot append. What we have to append this new book. Okay, this new book. So books will already we have the list of books. Okay, so in this list we are appending new books. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, my server is running. Now see, another endpoint has been created as post method. Okay, now try it. Now these are request body. We have to pass it over here. So we have 5 data. So suppose this is the 5th. Okay, and title is suppose book is guide and periodized and author Jane Austen. Okay, and published date something 18, 13, 12, 12, whatever it is. Right. Now let's execute. Okay, there is some error. Let me check the issue. No response body string 200. Okay, let me check in get method whether it has come or not. Okay, see the ID number 5 is already saved in our list. Okay, so our post request also worked properly. Okay, so using post request we are saving a new data in our list, and through and in get request we are getting all our records. Okay, so I hope you understand how we can use get and post method. Okay, now suppose let's try to find out the books using is ID number. Okay, then what we have to do? Then I have already shown the path parameter. So using the path parameter, we can find any books using its ID. Okay, so let's do it. App dot get, because this is the also we are fetching our data, so that is why we need to use the get method. Okay, so within this, first would be our books book slash, that would be path parameter, and we have to pass our book ID. Okay, now we have to write our definition, get book, and here we have to pass our book ID. Book ID that has to be integer. Okay, now you have to write a for loop, because there is a list of books, so we have to iterate all the data one by one. So that's why we need to run our for loop. Okay, so for book in books if book ID, okay, equal to our book ID, then return book. Okay, so let's do one thing. If there's an issue, then we need to raise one exception. Okay, so for that we have to import our exception method, that is from FastAPI dot exception import HTTP exception. Okay, and from FastAPI you have to import status. Okay, now here you have to raise HTTP exception. And within this we have to pass our status code. And that would be status sorry status dot HTTP 404. Okay, because 404 is not found code, so okay, this one not found. Okay, so status code would be status dot HTTP 404 not found. Okay, and if it happens, then we need to throw one error message. Okay, so that would be details would be book not found, right? Okay, so let's run it. Now check it. Okay, there's some issue. Okay, I have to put a colon over here. Is another issue. Indentation issue. Okay, so that will be written over here. There is indentation issue. Okay, let me check. Okay, now it has come. Now see, this is our another endpoint. So here we have to pass our book ID. Suppose we have passed 1. Now see, the first book has been printed. Okay, ID is 1. Now if we pass 4, then see ID 4, this book has been printed. 5, okay, there's internal error. Let me check. Okay guys, so I have been sorted out. Actually in here I have mentioned details, but it would be detailed. Okay, so that was the error. Now whatever ID we passed over here, that book will be printed over here. Okay, okay, now 5 the books we have. So if I press 6, now see, it is showing the error book not found, that we have mentioned in our code, book not found. Okay, so basically this is our get method for fetching our books by its ID. Okay, so these are 3 endpoints. Now let's see how we can update our data in our list. Okay, so for that we have to use put method, app.put method. Okay, And here also we have to pass one parentic class. Okay, suppose it would be book update. Okay, so basically for ID we don't need to update our ID. Okay, we want to update only title, author and publish date. Okay, and those are string. Now we have to write our put HTTP endpoint. Okay, now that would be book slash, again we have to pass our path parameter because we have to update particular any books. So we have to fetch that books using its book ID, right? So that we can update it. So we have to pass our one path parameter, that is book ID. Okay. Now def update book, and here we have to pass our variable, that is book ID. That would be integer, and pass our book update variable, that would be book update. Okay, so we have passed our book ID, that is path parameter, that would be integer, and one variable, that is book update, and that we inherit our book update parentic class. Okay, so here as the same like previous one, we have to run our for loop. Okay, for book in books, if book ID equal to book ID, then what we have to do, we have to update our remaining fields. Okay, that is why we have to write book title equal to book update dot title, right? Then again book author, that would be book update dot author. All right, and third one is book publish date, that would be book update dot publish date, right? And if not found, then we have to raise one error. Okay, so raise HTTP exception. Within this, we have to again pass our same thing that we have passed previously. This one. Okay. Right. So let's check it in our Swagger UI. So basically, these are put requests through which we are updating our data. So basically, using this path parameter book ID, we are fetching any particular book through which we can find the book and then update the title, author, publish. So see it in our Swagger ID. Now see, these are put request. Okay. Now suppose try it out. Now book ID. Suppose first of all, see, there are 5 books. Okay. Okay, so there are 5 books. Okay, suppose we want to update this ID number 3 and the white tiger. Now we want to write it as black tiger. Okay, So let's do it. Suppose we are passing ID number 3 and just a minute. Let's try. Okay, let's try to update the same thing. Only need to change the title. Okay. So this is the correct one. Now let me write the black tiger. Okay. Now author is again author is so author is Aravind Adigo. So I am putting another A. Okay. And the published date is 2008 0101. Let me put 02. Okay. Now let's execute it. Let's see. Okay, there is an issue. Let me fix it. Okay, I have put double inverted comma here. Let me erase it. Now try to execute. Book not found. Let me see the code once. Code update for book very. Oh, okay. So guys, I have not returned anything over here. So I have to return book. Okay. So let's try it once. If now I press. Okay, just a minute. Okay, now see. It was initially it was white tiger. Now the black tiger has been updated. Okay, right? So now if I write 4, okay, let me cancel it and let try it once. 4, and what is the 4? The palace of illusion. Okay, the palace of illusion. Palace of illusion, and rest I am keeping rest as same. Okay. Okay, let me change only month. Okay, I'm keeping everything is same. Now let me execute. Now see, the date has been changed. Now if I press get, now initially it was the white tiger, and the for book ID it was 12 of February. Then if I now execute, now see, number 3 book has been updated. The new title is black tiger, and for 4 it has been updated as 12 of March. Okay, so our put request also working perfectly. All right. So we have performed our create, that is post, read, that is get, update, that is put, and the last one is delete for CRUD operation. Okay. So last one is delete. Suppose we want to delete one record from our list. Okay, from our data. That time we have to use delete method. Okay, delete. Now we have to pass book. Again we have to pass our path variable, that is book ID. Okay. Now dev delete book, and we have to pass our book ID, and it will be integer. Okay. Now again same, we have to run our for loop for book in books if book ID equal to book ID, then books and we books from this list we are removing, like books dot remove, and we have to pass our this book. Okay, then return one message. That is okay, our book deleted. Okay, and at the same time we can write the raise exception as well. Okay, now let's run it. Book ID. Okay, delete. Now suppose we want to delete book number 2. Okay, now execute. Now see, our book deleted. That means it was successful. Code is 200. That is it. That means it was successful, and we got our message. Our book is deleted. Now if we go to get method and press execute. Now let's see. In our list 1, 3, 2 number 2 book has been deleted. 1, 3, 4. Okay, so our 2 has been deleted. Again, if we want to delete number 1 book, our book deleted. Now again, if we execute our get request, then we will get 3 and 4. Okay, so 1 and 2 has been deleted. So basically these are complete CRUD operation, okay, through which we can create, read, update and delete our data into our database. So basically called CRUD. Okay, create, update, read and delete. So we have seen all the examples with very small project. Okay, so this is how we can perform our CRUD method. So whatever we have done till now, let me push it in GitHub. So git add dot git commit -m and let me write CRUD operations done. Okay, then git push origin main. Origin. Okay, so guys, all the code has been pushed to our git repository. Okay, so guys, till now, if you are liking my videos, please do like and subscribe my channel and please share the video. Okay guys, so next chapter of our FastAPI course is database integration in FastAPI, right? So SQLAlchemy VM, a powerful Python library that lets you work with databases using Python classes instead of writing raw SQL queries. That means definitely you know whenever we are working with any kind of SQL database, then you have to write SQL queries, right? But as we are working with FastAPI, here we are using Python language. So SQLAlchemy help us to communicate with the server, I mean database, using Python language without writing any kind of SQL queries. Okay, so that is why we need to use SQLAlchemy whatever. FastAPI doesn't force you to use any one database. Suppose for FastAPI, you can use any kind of SQL database, no SQL database. But I'm talking about SQL database right now. So in case of SQL database, there are multiple databases like MySQL, MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL. So FastAPI allows any kind of database you can use. So it doesn't force you to use any particular database. So you can use any kind of database, right? So it is that much of friendly. But SQLAlchemy is one of the most common and flexible choice. So whenever we working with any kind of SQL database, then SQLAlchemy is a flexible choice to communicate with the database using Python language. Okay, that is why SQLAlchemy is most commonly used in our industry. Why use a database with FastAPI? Database let you API passes data, so the data stays even after your API is start. Definitely, you know, in database we store our data. So in case of whenever we store any kind of API passes data in our database, then if our even after restarting our app, our data remains saved and stored in our database. That is why we need to. This is a basic need of using database, right? With a database, you can save user. I mean, you can create any kind of user, any number of user, store application data, run query and filters, build real world application, right? So we will use a SQLAlchemy. What it means, object relationship mapper. So we can treat database table as Python classes and rows as object. So how Python classes and Python object works as a Python database table and rows using the Python language. Let's see with a small very example. See, in our last example in CRUD Operation, when where I have shown you how we can read, store data in our server. So how you can create a new book, how can you read the database, everything, all these things, right? So I'm just taking that example. When we need to create any kind of book in our database, then initially we have to create one identity class, right? Then we have to write one HTTP method, that is using post method, HTTP request using post method, right? Then once we execute our code, then we have to write some data that we want to store in our database, right? So these are basic. This was the basic structure. First of all, we have to initiate our class. Then we have to write our HTTP request. Then we have to give the data whatever we have to store in our database. Now, whenever we are working with the SQL database, then in that case, SQLAlchemy converts this class into database table. Okay, and this Python object becomes table row. That means whenever we write the same code for storing our data in SQL database, then automatically SQLAlchemy converts this identity class into database table, and this object, that means the the data which we are to store in our database, this object converts into table table row. Okay, so this is how basically SQLAlchemy converts Python classes into database table and Python object into table row, right? So this is the basic structure, and I hope you get the basic idea how SQLAlchemy help us to communicate with the database, right? What is ORM and why use it? ORM, that is object relationship mapper, let us interact with database using Python object instead of SQL, easier and less error prone. I have already told you everything. You define Python classes, that is model, basically parenting method, right? You define Python classes and SQLAlchemy converts them into SQL, basically SQL table. Okay, so Python classes convert into tables, and Python object converts into row of that table. Okay. So ORM makes your FastAPI code cleaner and more Pythonic. So using SQLAlchemy, your FastAPI code becomes very clean, and all the code becomes Pythonic. Means you don't have to write any kind of SQL queries. You just write Python language. You just use Python language. You write everything in Python, and your Python language automatically converts it in SQL queries and communicate with the database. Okay, this is called Pythonic. Okay, so guys, this is basic a theory of our FastAPI, how FastAPI works with the database. Now let's see everything practically. Okay, so let's jump to the coding part. Okay guys, so let's see how we can create our database connection for FastAPI. Okay, so for that, first of all, we need to create one file, that is database.py. Okay, so guys, in this project I am using MySQL. Okay, so for that let me create first the database. Okay, so for that I am opening my command prompt and writing MySQL -u, that is user would be root, and -p, that will be password. Now it is asking me for putting my password, that is my localhost password. Okay, so it is done. Now I have to create my database first. So create database. I'm giving the name is FastAPI DB. Okay, and let's enter. Now one row affected. Okay, so my database has been created. So let's check it in my workbench. Okay, so this is my SQL workbench. So now refresh. Now see, my database has been created. Okay, FastAPI DB. Okay, so let's start the coding. So first of all, we have to okay, for that we need to install one dependency, that is we have to install SQLAlchemy to use the ORM, right? SQLAlchemy, and one more library, that is MySQL. Okay, in order to use my MySQL database. Okay, so this two library I need to install. Okay, so first of all, let me run this one. Well, let me activate my environment first. Okay, now keep install -r requirement.txt. Okay, so it's going to install the SQLAlchemy and PyMySQL, this code library. Okay, so let it install first. Okay guys, so all the library has been installed. Let's open the database.py. Okay, so first of all, we have to import from SQLAlchemy. We have to import create engine. Okay, create engine. So basically, create engine is basically used to create the connection to our database. Okay, and again we have to import. Okay, before that, let me mention all my variables. Okay, so that would be MySQL user. Okay, one is MySQL password, MySQL host, MySQL port, and one is MySQL database. Okay, these are the credentials that I need to install. Right, I am including all these things in my main file, but you can include this creating one .env file. Okay, as I'm working in my localhost, so it won't be any problem. So, but whenever you work with any real-time database, then you have to store all these credentials in your .env file. Okay. So for now, I'm putting all these things in my main file. So my user would be root. My password would be 123456. Host would be localhost. Port is 3306. And my database name is FastAPI DB, right? That I have already created. Now I have to create the URL, that is database URL. Okay. Now we have to put all these things in this manner. MySQL plus PyMySQL, MySQL plus PyMySQL colon /. Now we have to mention our username, that is my SQL user. Then we have to put a colon here. Then we have to pass our password, that is MySQL password. Okay. Then we have to put a @ and again I have to put our host name, that is MySQL host. Okay. And again I have to put a colon, and here I have to mention my port. Okay, that is MySQL port. And after that I have to put a slash and then database name. Okay, that is MySQL database. Right. So this become my URL. Okay. Now I have to create my connection. Okay, database connection using engine. Okay, so this is basically connection. Okay, now I have to write engine. I'm giving the name engine and create engine, and within this I have to pass my database URL. Okay, now my URL, my engine gets ready and the connection is ready. Okay, now I have to create session. Okay, whenever you pass any kind of API router, whenever you use any API router, so then in each time one session gets created. Okay, each time. So I have to create that session. So for that we have to import one function that is called session maker. Okay, so for that you have to import it from SQLAlchemy .orm import session maker. Okay, now let's create our session. So I'm giving one name is session local. Okay, session local, and giving one name, just this is the normal name. Okay, so I'm giving the variable name is session local, and I have to call the session maker, and here I have to pass 3 parameters, that is auto commit, auto flash, that should be false. Okay, auto commit that would be also false. Okay, and bind engine. That is our connection name. Okay. So we have to bind our connection within this session, right? So auto flash will be false, auto commit will be false, and we have to bind our engine in this session. So our session gets created. Now once session gets created, then every time whenever one session gets created, then automatically our session has to be stopped. Okay. Then again another session should be restart. I mean should be start with a new session. Okay. So whenever we create any session, that session should be stopped first, then create another session. Okay. So this is how it works. So this is my session creation step. Now we have to stop our creation session. Okay. For that we have to create one definition. I'm giving name as getDB. Okay. Now db equal to session local. This is our session name. Okay. Now put a try block. Okay. Within try, ELDB. So this is the ELDB. So using ELDB we stop our session. Okay. And finally we have to close our database. Okay. So our database, session got closed. Okay. Now we have to create our base. Okay. So for that we have to import another function, that is declarative base. Okay. So from SQLAlchemy .ext .declarative, import declarative base. Okay. So I give you the name base equal to declarative base. Okay. So this is the declarative base is basically where all the SQLAlchemy model will be inherited from. Okay. So this is the main class from where all the SQLAlchemy classes will be inherited. Okay. So this is the main class. So our base is our database connection and database file is ready. Okay. Now let's create another file, that is model.py. Okay. Now first of all we have to import our base because that is our main class. Okay. Base. So from database import base. Okay. Now we have to create our class. Okay. Class is, suppose I give the name book. Okay. And I have to import this base. I have to pass this main base. So all the features of this base class will be inherited to in this class, book class. Okay. So this class is basically become our database table. Okay. Now I have to give my table name. So this is how we can mention our table name. Okay. Now we have to pass our table name, that is books. Okay. This is our table name. Now one by one I have to pass all the variables. Variables means all the columns that I want to keep in my tables. Okay. Like ID. Okay. Title. All these column I want to include in my database. In my table. Okay. So for that, how we have to mention all this column? Now I have to import first from SQLAlchemy import column. Okay, to define our column, we have to import column and type of the column. That is, we want to use ID that would be integer. Okay, integer, and we can import varchar. Okay, now ID to pass my column. So ID would be one of the column, and within this I have to pass the type of the column, that is integer. Okay, and this field would be primary. This field would be primary key. So I have to pass my primary key as true, and I have to pass my index. As this is a primary key, so I have to pass my index. Index also true. Okay. Now for title, this also would be one of the column. So this is the column, and I'm passing varchar. Okay, and I'm putting the length to 55. Okay. In the same way, we have to define author and public state. Okay. So this would be author. This would be published date. Okay, so my class is ready. So basically, this class becomes our table in our database. Okay, so my database is FastAPI underscore DB. In that database, this table books, in the name of books, this table will be created, and all these field would be column of this book table. Okay, so ID is one of the column, title, author, published date. This all would be the column of my books table. Okay, now my models is also ready. Now create another file, that is create tables.py. Okay, now we have to create our table. Our database already created, our connection is ready, our model is ready. Now we have to create our table in our database, right? For that, we have to import from database, import engine and base. Okay, now we have to pass base dot meta data dot create underscore all. Okay, and bind. Within this, I have to bind my engine. Now this means I am calling SQLAlchemy to create all the tables that is mentioned in my models, in my model file. Okay, so whatever class I have mentioned, all would be the table. So I am telling SQLAlchemy to create all the tables that I have mentioned in model.py file in class form. Okay, so this is the syntax using which I am instructing SQLAlchemy to create all the tables. Okay, so here only in tables I have only books table is there. Okay, so when I run this file, create table file, then automatically SQLAlchemy create the tables that is mentioned in models.py file in form of class. Okay, that is books. Okay, so my database is ready, connection is ready, my create table file also ready. Now let's run this file. Okay, now to run this file, you have to write Python, and this file name is create underscore table.py. So let me open the workbench first. Now see, this is my database. Okay, now if I click on table, there is no table at all, right? So now let me run this file. Python create underscore table .py. Okay, there is some issue. Let me check. Unknown database. First, okay. Okay. First API. This will be first API. Okay. Now let me run it again. Again, first API underscore DB. Okay, that would be first API. Sorry, I made the mistake. Now see, my file gets executed successfully. Now if I open my workbench and click refresh, now see, me refresh this table. Oh. Okay, so table not yet created. So let me check the code once. From database. Okay, I have to import model. Okay, because see, importing model, it's enough to create all the tables, because in model whatever class or table you have make, now all the SQL see, whenever we mention any kind of class that is tables in the in my Python file, then all the file SQLAlchemy store all the classes to this metadata. Okay, so by default SQLAlchemy saved all the tables, all the classes in this metadata. Okay, so whenever we call this model, automatically SQLAlchemy calls all these models in this metadata. So we don't need to mention model anywhere, only we have to call this file only. Okay, now let's run the Python again. Now create file, we have to run this file again. Python create table py. Okay, now let's check. Now refresh this page. Okay, now see, table has been created. Okay, now this book table has been created. Okay, so now see, ID, this is the book table, ID, title, author, publish date. All the column has been inserted in this table. Okay, so we have created our table successfully, right? Okay, so move to the next part. Now we have created our database. Now we have created our table. We have inserted all the column, everything. Okay, now everything is ready. Now the next part is we have to insert some data in our table, right? For that, let's get another file. Suppose let me write as project. Okay, project.py. Okay, now first of all we have to import from FastAPI. Import FastAPI. Okay, from database import getDB. Okay, getDB, and let me import engine as well. Here from SQLAlchemy .orm, you have to import session. Okay, session, and we have to import our model. Okay, and from identity import base model. Okay, so first of all we have to create our app. Now this is our main Python code. Okay, main logic, or we are creating our API in this file. Okay, basically in this project.py, in this file, we are creating our API. Now we have to, in order to create any kind of data, in order to store our data in a database, first of all, we have to use post method, right? And before that, we have to create one parenting class, right? So let's create the class book store. Okay. I'm giving name bookstore and it inherit from base model. Okay. Now, what are the variables? That is ID. It should be integer. Title. It should be string. Author. It should be string. Everything is same, just like before I have given this example in my last video. Okay. And publish date. It will be string. Okay. Now we have to create our root, that is app.host, right? And here you have to mention our endpoint, that is Slack boot. Okay. Now we have to create our function, that is recognition. Create book. Okay. And here we have to pass one variable, that is book, and it inherits from this identity class. Okay. And we have to mention db : session equal to depends. We have to import this depend from FastAPI. We have to import this depends. Okay. Now depends get db, right? So basically this means this gets database session from this get db function. Okay. From get db function, the database session is getting imported over here. Okay. Now we have to create our one variable, that is new book, in giving this the name, and from this model we have to call our model. We have to write the model dot book. Okay. Model dot book, and within here I have to pass all these things. ID equal to book dot ID, right? Title equal to book dot title. Author equal to book dot author, and publish date equal to book dot publish date. Okay. All right. So now we have to do add. First of all, we have to add all the data to the database. Okay. So db dot add, we have to use add method. Okay. And in our database, what we have to add? Our new book, that is new book. Okay. We have to add this new book. Once we add our database, then we have to commit our database, db dot commit. Okay. Once it is committed, then we have to refresh our database. Then db dot refresh. In this, we have to pass our new book. Okay. And now we have to return the new book. That's it. Okay. This is the simple logic how we can store our data in our database. Okay, so let me run it, let's run it first. So how do we run this? We have to, as this is our first API code, so we have to run this using uvicorn. All right, so uvicorn, what is our file name? That is project colon a minus reload. Okay. Okay. Yes. There is the issue. Let me check. Doc is what from doc. Oh, something wrong has been imported over here. Again, there is the issue. We close it first. Okay, we closed. Let me run it again. Oh, okay. Now it is running. Okay. Now let me click the URL. Now this is our base URL. Okay. So now let's log into our Swagger UI. Okay. Now see, there is one endpoint. We have create one endpoint, that is create book post request. Okay. Now see, now try it and let put it some value over here. Okay. Now suppose ID number 15, title alchemist, anything. Okay. Alchemist, author name James. Okay. And published date, suppose 2002 12 whatever it is. Okay. Now let's execute. Now see, response body is 200. Okay. This successfully inserted. Okay. The alchemist, this is the response body. All the fields have been inserted. Let's check in our database. Okay. Now see, this table is empty. Now refresh it first. Okay. Okay. Now let's again run this select star from FastAPI DB dot books. Okay. Let's try this. Now see, the data has been inserted in our table. Okay. ID number 15, title, the author, James, published date. Okay. Our data has been imported successfully. Right. So let's do one thing. Okay. Let me do write the get method as well, so that we can see our data in our URL as well. Okay. So for that we have to write app.get method, right? Here I have to pass the books. Okay. Now definition get book. Here I have to pass the same thing, db colon station equal to depends, and within this we have to call or get delete. Okay, same thing. Now books equal to db dot query. Here we have to call our model dot book. Okay, dot all. That means you call all the fields. Okay, return books. Right. So let's check it. Is Swagger UI. Now see. Now get also inserted. Now let's execute first. Now see, as in our database only one record is saved, so it is showing only that record. Okay, let me insert one other record. Okay, suppose this is 20. Suppose the Venom Robert 2012 0303, whatever. Okay, now let's execute. See, response code is 200. That means our record has been inserted in our database. Let's execute this one. Let me cancel and try, and let's execute. Now see, we have got 2 records because in our database 2 records has been inserted. Okay, so in Swagger UI as well, we can see how many records we have in our database, and let's check in our workbench. Let's run it again. Now see, 2 record has been inserted. Okay, 15 and 20, 2 record has been inserted. Okay, so like this you can save any number of record in your database using Python code. So here SQLAlchemy, this is how SQLAlchemy help us to store all the data in database and help us to communicate with the database using Python language without writing any kind of SQL query. Okay, so this is how we use SQLAlchemy in our code, FastAPI code, right? Okay, so guys, so far we have seen how we can use database in our FastAPI. So how we can create any kind of database, how we can create the connection, how we can create the session, how we can create the tables, and after that how we can store any kind of data, how we can retrieve the data from database. Everything we have seen in this particular video, right? So guys, if you are liking my videos till now, please do like and subscribe my channel, and please share this video. Okay guys, so in this module we are diving into one of the most important parts of building real world API, that is authentication and authorization with FastAPI. Okay, so basically in the previous modules we built endpoints connected to a database and learned how to handle data, right? So today we are going to make sure only the right user can access our application by implementing a secure logging, JWT tokens, and role-based access control, right? So let's start. What is authentication versus authorization? Authentication, this is process of verifying who a user is, usually through a login system like email ID or password. Only authenticated users should access certain parts of your API. Authorization. After authentication, authorization determines what the authenticated user is allowed to do. That is regular user or admin or something like this. Okay. Simple example, authentication, user proves that they are user 123. Suppose the user ID is 123, so authentication proves that the user is correct. Authorization is user 123 can view their own data but not delete other user data. So if I give you one simple scenario, suppose you must be having account in Flipkart, right? So whenever you initially start your Flipkart account, then you have to register first, you have to sign up first, right? So after your sign up, you have to log in. Then once you log in, then it gets authenticated that you are the right person. So whenever you give your username and password in the Flipkart account, then Flipkart authenticated that you are the right person. Then it's give you the access to login. Okay, that is authentication. And authorization means, suppose in Flipkart you have registered might be as a buyer or seller or admin, something like this. If you are buyer, then if you are signing in Flipkart, then you are able to view the product and put a order over there. If you are registered as a seller, then you will be able to list your data, list your product to sell. And being an admin, if you are registered as an admin, then you can do any kind of manipulation in the entire Flipkart data, right? So there are different type of roles. So suppose you have registered as a buyer, then once you log in the Flipkart account, then automatically Flipkart will understand that you have already registered as a buyer. So it automatically give you the access of buyer. That means it is authorizing you that you can view product and you can put a order by your account. That means it is giving you authorization to make any kind of order as a buyer. Okay, that is authorization. So once you log in, that is authentication, and after login, whatever role you are assigned for, that after getting that access, that is your authorization. You are getting authorized for that. Okay. So this is the basic difference of authentication and authorization, right? So next is what and why use JWT. JWT means JSON Web Tokens. Okay. JWT stands for JSON Web Tokens, a compact token sent by client to prove they are authenticated. That means whenever you are logging, then automatically one token gets generated and that proves that you are the right person. Okay. Tokens are signed with a secret key. All the tokens are signed with a secret key. So the server can verify that have not been tampered with. Right. No server-side session storage is needed. Everything needed to verify is inside the token. So nothing will be saved in the server-side session. Everything is validated through the token only. Okay. How JWT works? User logging with their credential, that means user ID and password. Server verifies login and generate a JWT token. Whenever you give the right credential, then automatically one JWT token will be generated. Client includes this token in authorization header for future request. So once the token is generated, then it includes the authorization header for the authorization purpose. Okay. Server checks token validity before responding. So before giving the authorization, giving the right to you, it completely checks before giving you the authorization power. Okay. So this pattern makes scalable and stateless authentication process possible. So this entire pattern makes scalable and stateless authentication process. Okay. Next is components needs for authentication with FastAPI. When building login and protected routes in FastAPI, you will typically use OAuth 2 with password flow and bearer token. FastAPI supports this flow and integrated with JWT tokens. Okay. JWT tokens generation libraries like Python, JOS or PyJWT. Basically, these are the libraries that we need to use in order to create our JWT tokens. Okay. Password hashing library like Passlib Argon 2. So password must be stored securely. Actually, whenever you sign up in your application, then you will give a password as a normal text, but in database you are not supposed to store it as database as a plain text. So before saving it, you have to hash your password. Okay. So for hashing your password, you have to use Passlib Argon 2 library. Next is how OAuth 2 password flow works in FastAPI. FastAPI uses OAuth 2 with password and barrier tokens. First is the client sends username and password to the login endpoint. Server checks the credential. If it is get successful, then server returns a JWT tokens. Client send the token in authorization bearer token header. That means authorization header. Okay. FastAPI checks token before allowing access to protected groups. So once you logged in, then JWT token has been created. Then this token sent to the authorization header, and then FastAPI checks from this token whether you are right person or not. Then if it is matched, then it gives you the access for further processing. Okay. The flow is, first of all, user logged in, then server checks the JWT, then client stores that token in authorization header. Then client send that token, server again validate that token, and once it is validated, then it gives you access has been granted, and it gives you the access whatever role you are assigned for. Okay. So this is the basic structure of this flow. So let's start our coding part, and once I give you the example of this entire workflow about authentication or authorization, you will get a complete picture about it, how it works in FastAPI. Okay. So let's start our code. Okay, so I have opened my code editor. Now I am creating one folder. Okay. Auth. So actually I need to create multiple files for this authentication and authorization. So I'm keeping all these files to this folder, so everything will be separate, so it will not messed up to understand. Okay. So first of all, I'm creating one file that is object or database. There is authentication database. As the database concept is same, so I'm just copying everything from our previous example, that is database. Okay, so I'm copying everything as it is because I'm going to use the same database. Okay, so this is the database connection has been created. Now the second is we need to copy one more file, that is table file. Okay, so we can keep all these things as it is. Auth table.file. Okay, so these both file will be same because using this file we can create all the tables that is already mentioned in our model, and using database connection database file we can create our database connection, right? So these both file will be common. So I am doing copying everything as it is. Okay, now we have to create another file, that is okay. Before that, I'm going to install some libraries that will be required in case of authentication. So first of all, I need to install passlib argon 2. Okay, argon 2. Okay, so passlib argon 2 is basically used to hash our password. Okay, this library basically used for hash our password. Second one is python JOS. Python JOS cryptography. Okay, cryptography. Okay, so Python JOS basically used for in order to create our JWT token. Okay, and third one is Python multipart. Python multipart. So Python multipart basically used whenever we fill up any kind of form. Suppose whenever we are signing up in our application, and after that we need to log in over there, so we need to put some data in our form, right? So in order to parse that data from that form, we need to use Python multipart. So this will help us to parse the data from the form. Okay, from that particular form, it is help to parse our data. Okay, and the last one is Pydantic email. So as we need to create our user, so we have to keep one column, that is email column for user. So in order to validate that all the data whatever is passing in the email field, that is completely matched with the email form or email format. So in order to check that format, we need to use Pydantic email. Okay, these four library we need to install first. So let me install. So keep installed -r requirement.txt. Okay, so let it install first. Okay, Python, let me fix this issue. Python is okay, the spelling is little bit mistake. JOSE, it would be JOSE. Okay, let me reinstall. Okay, so our library has been installed. Okay, now first of all we need to create one file, that is models.py. In this models.py we will create the table that we want to create in our database. Okay, so as it is, as I previously created book table in my database, so in the same way we have to create a new table, that is user. Okay, so from SQL SQLAlchemy, SQLAlchemy import import column. One is column, integer and string, integer, and another is string. Okay, and we have to import our base. So from authentication database, import base. Okay, so first of all, we need to create our class user, and it will be inherited from base model. Okay, now I have to provide my table name. Okay, so table name would be our user. Okay, users, these are table name. Okay, now I have to define all the columns that I am to keep in my table. Okay, so first is ID, that would be user ID. Okay, second one would be username. Okay, third one would be email. Fourth one would be hashed password. Okay, hashed password, because we want to keep our password in hash format. Okay, so that is hash password. And fourth one is role. Okay, now let me define all these column, and column would be integer, right? And it would be primary key, yes, true. And index would be true. Okay, so let me copy everything. So username would be string. Okay, string, and I'm providing the length 255. Okay, it would be unique. It has to be unique always. Okay, and I'm also providing index equal to true. Email would be same, string 255, unique true, index true. Okay, hash password only column and string 255. Okay, that's it. And column would be column string and I'm giving the length of 50, and I'm putting a default value. Okay, default value, that is user. If you don't provide any kind of role, then automatically user will be assigned. Else, if you want to pass any kind of other role like admin or seller, something like this, then you can pass it. So whatever you pass, that will be stored in our database. If you don't pass anything, then automatically default value user will be stored in our database. Okay, so our table is created. Okay, fine. So next we have to create our another file, utils file. Sorry, let me create first schemas.file. In this schema, we have to mention all our piloting models that we need to use in our FastAPI. Okay, So first of all, you have to create our Pydantic. We have to import Pydantic. Okay, from Pydantic, import this model, and email string. Okay. Now, first of all, we need to create our new user class. Okay. So class user create base model. Now I have to provide all the variables over here. So first one is username. It would be string. Second one is email. It would be email string. Password. It would be string, and role. That also would be string. Okay. So these are new user class. Okay. And second one is login user. Okay. User login. That is also base model. And when we need to log in, then we have to provide only username and password, right? So username, okay, it would be string, and password also would be string. Okay, so our class is ready. So I'm putting one comment over here. This is for schema for new user create. Okay, so it will help you to understand. And this one is schema for user login. Okay, schema for user login. Okay, so our schema is ready. Now we have to create another file, that is utils.py. In this utils.py, we need to hash our password. We need to write our function that will help us to hash our password and verify our password. Okay, so from passlib dot context, we have to import crypt context. Okay, crypt context. Okay, now for so first of all, we have to create a one instance of this function. Okay, so and within this we have, okay, let me put a variable for this pw password context. Okay, and with this function we have to pass our schema. Okay, scheme, that is schemes. And what type of schemes we want to use? That is argon 2. Okay, that we have already installed. Argon 2. Okay, and we have to pass our deprecated equal to auto. Okay, we don't need to import all these things. Deprecated auto. Okay, now we have to create our first function for hashing our password. That is this hash password one variable is password, that would be string. Okay, and our output would be also string, right? And it will return PWD context dot hash, and within this we have to pass our password, right? So our hashing password function is ready. Now we have to create another function that is verification for password. Okay, so def verify password, and here we have to pass one tag that is plain text, plain password. Okay, plain password, and it would be string. Hash password, hash password, it also would be string, and our output would be boolean. Okay, either it will match or will not match. Okay, so that is why it is boolean, and it will return pwd context dot verify plain password, comma hash password. Okay, so within this pwd context, it will verify plain password with hash password. Okay, it will verify whatever password is passing, that will verify with the hash password that is stored in our database. Okay, so our hashing password and verify password, both functions have been ready. Okay, so now all our supporting files are ready. Now we have to create our main file, where we have to mention all our FastAPI concept. Okay, so for that, first of all, we have to import from FastAPI, import FastAPI depends if one is HTTP exception, one is status. Okay, from SQLAlchemy .orm, you have to import session. Okay, import all the supporting files, that is models, comma schemas. We have schemas.py. Okay, schemas, and one is utils. Okay, so I'm importing all the supporting files. Okay, and from database, we have to import getDB. Okay, and from okay, so till now everything is same as we have seen in our previous video, that is in connection, database connection. So in that example, we have seen all this library, why we need to import all these things and how we can use it. Okay, so till now everything is same. So first of all, we need to create our secret key. Actually, the secret key is basically a private cryptographic string used to sign and verify our token. Token is JWT token. As I told you in my theory class, whenever you try to log in our application, then one token file, JWT token, has been created. So once the token has been created, then this token has to be verified with your secret key. Then only you get the authentication that you are the right person. Okay, so that is why you need to create one secret key. Okay, so you have to create one variable. See, I'm putting all this variable also in this main file, but basically in production level, you have to keep all these things in your .env file. Okay, I'm putting all these things in, I'm hard coding everything in my main file, secret code and access token expiration minute algorithm, everything I'm hard coding in this main file, but actually you need to keep in one .env file. Okay. As .env file is not get pushed in GitHub, so if I create a .env file and put everything in that file, then when you try to understand from my GitHub code, so it might be difficult to understand for you. So I'm hard coding everything in my main file so that you can get to know everything. And whenever you are practicing or you will create your own project, then you can keep all these variables, secret variables in .env file. Okay. So we have to create secret key. One is secret key, one is algorithm, and one is access token expiry minutes. Okay, access token expiry minutes. Okay, now see, algorithm would be HS256. Okay, this is one of the most used algorithm in order to verify our token with secret key. Okay, this is the most commonly used algorithm. And access token expiry minutes would be 30. Okay, we keep it as 30. Now about secret key. See, secret key is a normal string, so you keep it as your own. Okay, you can keep any kind of string, but I'm giving one example how you can create the your secret key using Python code. Okay, so for that, let me create one file, that is okay, let me name it as key.py. Okay, just a minute. Key.py. Okay, now you have to import secret. Okay, there's a function that is secret. SECRETS. Okay, secrets. Now secret key, you have to define one variable, secret key, and here we have to pass our secret. Secrets dot token URL safe. Okay, and I'm putting a value of 32. Okay, now and printing this secret key. Okay, that's it. Now if you run this file, then automatically one secret key will be generated and you can use, okay, as your own. So how many times you will create this run this file, it automatically generate different secret key one by one. Okay, so let me run this file. Okay, there is some issue, let me fix it. Okay, let me exit first. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me run using Python. Okay, Python, and my file name is key.py. Okay, and there's another issue in those directories. Okay, sorry. CD auth. I have to go into the auth folder. Okay, now again I have to run that file, Python file. Now see, this one secret key has been generated. Now I can use this secret key in my file. Okay, okay. So as many time you run this file, it will create a different secret key. Okay, so my secret key has been created. Okay, now we have to create our helping function that takes user data. Okay, so that would be helper function that takes user data. Okay, so whenever we passing any data, user try to pass his own data, then automatically token gets generated, right? So for that we have to import our JWT in order to create our token. Okay, so for that, from those import JWT. Okay, wait. Now let's define our first function dev create access token. Okay, create access token. Basically, in this using this function, we are creating our token. Okay, and within this we are passing data. Data would be dictionary, because in our user data we have username, password, role, everything. So it is data dictionary form. Okay, now we have to copy our data. Okay, so we need to copy our data so that if, accidentally we don't change our original data. Okay, so to encode equal to data dot copy. Okay, so we have copied our enter data. Now we have to mention our expire type. Okay, so expire date time. Okay, for that we have to pass our another we have to import another date type. Okay, from date time import date time and time data. Okay, let me import this one. Okay, so expire would be date time dot UTC now. Okay, UTC now plus time delta, and within this we have to pass our minutes, and this minute would be our access token expiring minute that we have mentioned. Okay, right? Now we have to insert a new key in our token payload. Okay, so for that, to encode dot update, and within this we have to pass exp, that means expression. Okay, and we have to pass our expire. Okay, so always try to keep exp this naming convention. Okay, because exp is the standard JWT claim name. Okay, so if you write exp, so automatically this JWT token understand that this is the expression variable. Okay, now we have to basically create our token. Now we are creating our token. Okay, so we write it encode JWT. Okay, and we have to call our JWT dot encode. Within this we have to pass to encode. That means to encode is the variable where all the information is stored. Okay, now we have to pass our secret key, and algorithm would be our algorithm. Okay, so these two encode having all the information. So this all the information, using the secret key and using this algorithm, we are creating our JWT token. Okay, now once our token gets generated, then we are returning this token. Okay, encode JWT. So this is our token creation function. Okay. So let me tell you once again. This is basically our token generation function where we are passing our data as dictionary, because in our database we have username, password, role, everything in dictionary form. Okay, so that is where passing as dictionary. To encode data.copy. Data copy means we are copying our entire data so that we don't accidentally delete our original data. Okay, so we always copy our data first. Okay, now we have to mention our expiry time. So after how much time how much time that data will be our token will be expired, that we have to mention. Okay, after that we have to insert exp key in our token. So always use exp, so automatically the token will understand this is the expiry key. Okay, so this is our expiry key has been inserted in our token. Now once it is inserted, then we have to create our token using JWT, and using this information and using this secret key and using this algorithm we are creating our token, and this token gets returned in this function. Okay, so we returning our token. Okay, all right. Now for FastAPI we are creating our app first. Okay, as it is FastAPI. Now we have created our app. Now we have to create our first endpoint. See, in our login in our app, first of all we have to sign up, then we have to log in, right? So first we will create our sign up endpoint. Okay, so for that we get app.post. We have to use our post method over here, and it will be sign up. Okay, this is our endpoint. Now we have to define our function, that is register user, and we have to pass our user would be schemas, because in our schema we have mentioned our parenting class. Okay, username, email, password, role, everything. So from schemas I am importing everything. So I've already imported my schemas. So user would be schema schemas dot username. Okay, then will be okay, not username, we have to call our class, that is user create. Okay, and db colon session equal to defense, and we have to pass our getDB. In the same way that we have created in our database connection example, we have seen everything. So in the same way we are creating our register user function. Okay, now we have to check, first of all we have to check the user already exists or not. Okay, the user exists or not. Now first of all we will check, because whenever we try to register myself, then first of all application will see that whether I am already registered person or not. Okay, so first of all we have to check. For that I am writing existing user equal to db dot query. Okay, we are passing our query. Models. Okay, models, that means these models. Okay, so from this table everything will be search. Okay, so models dot user. Okay, model dot user, and from that we have to filter models dot user dot username, right, equal to user dot username. dot first. Okay, so from this database we are filtering username, whatever username we are trying to insert. Okay, so from that this searching first. If existing user exists, then we'll throw one exception, that is raise HTTP exception. Status code will be 400 and we will pass this error message. This detail would be username already exist. Okay, if not, then it will be processed as it is. Now when you are trying to register yourself, then you pass your username, whatever you want to keep username, then you have to put one password, that which password you want to keep. So whenever you pass any password, then automatically it has to be hashed first. So hash password will be saved in your database. The plain password, you suppose keep 1 2 3 4 5 6 as a password, but in database 1 2 3 4 5 6 will not be stored as plain text. It will be hashed first, then hashed password will be stored in our database. Okay, so whenever you putting the password, then this password has to be hashed. So for that we have to create has the password. Okay, has the password. Okay, so hashed pass. Now we have already mentioned our hash password function in utils.py here, right? So we have to import this one. So from utils we have to call our hash password, this function. Okay, hash password, and within this we have to pass our password, that is user.password, whatever password you are passing. Okay, so our password gets hashed. Now we have to create new user instance. Okay, now we have to create a new user instance. Now for that we have to pass new user. We are giving one variable name, that's new user, and within this we have to call our models. Okay, dot user. This is the class. Okay, within this we have to pass username equal to user dot username. Okay, email equal to user dot email. Okay, hash password will be hashed pwd. Hash pass, we have mentioned hash pass. Okay, and role will be user dot role. Okay, user dot role. Okay, all right. So now we have created our new user instance. Now we have to save this user in our database, right? Save user to database. Okay, for that we have to write db dot add, and we have to pass this new user. Okay, so this new user having all the information, so this information will be add in our database. Okay, so db dot add new user. Now we have to commit and then we have to refresh db dot refresh, and within this we have to pass our new user. Okay, so our data has been saved in our database, and once with the data has been saved, then we have to return the value. Okay, return the value. Okay, except including password. Okay, excluding password, because we don't want to see our password. Okay. So return id equal to new user dot id. Okay, username will be new user dot username. Email would be new user dot email, and role, this would be new user dot role. Okay, great. So our sign up process has been complete. Okay, up. Okay, now our sign up endpoint has been ready. Now user can sign up using this endpoint. Okay, now once sign up has been completed, then you have to log in, right? So in order to create our, then for that we have to again have to create our login endpoint. Okay, so again we have to pass app.post, and this endpoint would be login. Okay, great. So in order to create our login, first of all we have to import one library, that is from FastAPI dot security import auth to pass request form. Okay, so this function is basically a built-in convenience class that FastAPI provides to simplify the extraction of login credential from a request. Okay, so whenever you put your credential in the login form, then automatically FastAPI parse the data, your credential data from this form. Okay, so that is why we need to use this function. Okay, so first of all we have to create our function, that is login. Okay, login function. Within this we are sending from data, and over there I have to pass this form. Okay, equal to depends command db colon session equal to depends get db. Okay, great. So first of all we have to check our user. Okay, first of all we have to check our user from our database. So user db dot query. Okay, in this we have to pass models dot user dot filter, again models dot user dot username equal to form underscore data. Okay, form underscore data dot username. Okay, dot first. just take previous one. Okay. Now we have, from our database we are filtering our user name. Okay. If not user, that means if user not present, then we have to raise an exception. If any user not even registered, then we have to throw the error message, right? HTTP exception. Within this, we have to pass our status code. Status code would be 4. Okay, status dot HTTP 401. We have to pass 401. Okay, HTTP 401. That's unauthorized. Okay, and we have to pass our detail as the invalid username. Invalid username. Right? So there, if user is not registered yet, then we have to throw a exception that invalid username. So that means username is not registered, or either not registered or incorrect. Okay. Fine. Now again we have to verify our password as well, right? If not utils dot verify password, because we have created our verify password function in utils file. Okay, so we are accessing that function. If not utils dot verify password form data dot password user dot hashed hash password. Okay, so basically we are verifying our password using this, whatever password is coming in this form, that will be matched with our hash password that is stored in our user table. Okay, so if it is not matching with the password, then you have to raise another exception. Okay, raise HTTP exception. Here status code would be status same as it is, status dot 401 HTTP 401 unauthorized. Okay, and we to pass our detail as invalid password. Okay, great. Now our exception is ready. Now we have to create our one token data. Okay, token data, and here we have to call pass one sub, that would be user dot username. Remember this sub also as like exp, the previous one. Okay, this exp like this exp. Okay, so like exp is sub is also a standard name for JWT JWT claim. Okay, so whenever you have to pass your username, then you have to pass this sub. So automatically you have FastAPI understand that this sub store all the information about the username or user ID. Okay, so these are naming convention. Okay, and another is role. It should be user dot role. Okay, now we have to call our token creation function. Okay, so that is create access token. Okay, and within this we have to pass this data, that is token data. Okay, and once it is passed, then we have to return access token as token. Okay, and token type will be bearer. Okay, so these are our data. Now this data is passing to this create access token, and once data is passed, then automatically token gets generated and we are returning that token. Okay, so these are logging. So whenever you want to log in, try to log in, then if username is not matched, then it will show the exception. If password doesn't match or doesn't exist, then it will show the exception. Else it will fetch the username role and it will send it to the access token function, and it will generate one token, and that token will be returned. Okay, these are simple function. So let's do one thing. Now let's try to see this endpoint in our Swagger UI. Okay, so for that let me run this app first. So for that we have to write uv-corn. So if our file name is main app minus reload. Okay, our app is running. Now let me click on this URL. Okay, this is our base URL. Now we have to enter in our Swagger UI using /docs. Okay, now see our sign up and login, both endpoint has been created. Okay, but before that, as we have created our table, but that table is not yet created in our database, right? So for that we have to run our table creation file. Which one is our that is auth table. This function we have to run this file first. Okay, so first of all let me stop this server and let me run this file first of all. Okay, so in order to create our table in our database, we have to run our auth table file, right? So python auth underscore table.py. Okay, this file has been executed. Now let's open the workbench and refresh. Now this is my database. This is my table. Now see, user table has been created. Okay. Now see, ID, username, email, has password, role. This all the column has been inserted in my user table. Okay. Now let's run our server. Okay. uv-corn, our file name is main:r --reload. Okay, now server is started. Now let me click on the URL. Now let me open my Swagger UI. Now sign up. Okay, so I'm running this sign up endpoint. Now first of all I'm giving one username, that is Rocky. Okay, email rocky@gmail.com. Password I'm putting as 123456. Okay, and role as user. Now if I click on execute, now see, response body is 200 and all the ID, username, email ID, role, everything got returned. Okay, that means our record has been inserted. Now let it check in workbench. Now this is our table. Now let me run it. Now see, one data has been created, that is ID 1, username Rocky, email ID this, has password is, I had put the password as 123456, but as I told you, in database never it stored as plain text. We have to store it as hashed. Okay, so before storing the password, it has to be hashed. So it is basically hashed password. Okay, and role is user. Okay, so our sign up endpoint is working perfectly. Now, if I run login, we have if we have clicked on login and try to login in our using our form, then you have to pass username password. Suppose I'm mentioning any wrong username. Okay, Rocky putting another Y and password anything. Okay, any random password. Now execute. Now see, is showing invalid username. Okay, if I put right username and try to execute, then it will show invalid password. But if I now pass correct username and password 1 2 3 4 5 6, let's execute. Now see, now access token has been generated and it is returning, and token type is bearer. That means our sign up is complete and our login is successfully executing as our username and password is correct with our database. Okay, it is matching with our database. So once it is get matched, then automatically JWT token has been created. This entire JWT token and this token has been generated and it is returned. Okay, so our sign up and login both are perfectly working. Okay, so now let's move ahead. Now, as I told you in theory, once our user gets login successfully, then automatically one token gets generated. So our token has been generated. Now this token gets included in your authorization header. Okay, so before giving you the authorization, once you logged in, then before giving you the authorization power, first of all, we have to basically in FastAPI extract all the information from this token. Okay, and basically from actually parse the data information data from the token, and after that that token has to be verified or and signed with the secret key that you have mentioned. Okay, so once it entire scenario got matched, I mean all the credential got matched with your secret key, then only you give the authorization power to log in with your proper assigned role. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Now, first of all, we have to parse our data from the token. Okay, so once token has been returned, then we have to parse the information from the token. For that, we have to create one function that is get current user. Okay, who is logged in? Get current user, and within this we have to pass our token that is getting that gets generated. Okay, the token has been already generated. That token we have to pass in this function, and that will be string equal to depends, and we have to pass one string, and for that we have to import from the security. We have to import auth to password bearer. Okay, and one more thing we have to import, that is from JOS import JWT error. Okay, so we have created our bearer and JWT error. Now here in this depends, you have to pass our form, that is auth auth to underscore scheme. Okay, perfect. Now we have to create one credential exception. Okay, if it doesn't match, credential doesn't match. Okay, credential exception, and doing this we have to pass HTTP exception status code would be stat 401, same status status dot http underscore 401 unauthorized. Okay. Detail would be could not validate data or credential, whatever it is. Okay. Credential shell. Okay. And one more thing, that would be headers. Okay. And within this we have to pass www dash authenticate. Okay. Authenticate. Just a minute. Authenticate, and this would be bearer. Okay, perfect. So this is our get current user method. Okay. Now we have to put a tribe. Okay. Tribe. Now we have to write payload equal to JWT dot decode. Within this we have to pass our token. It will verify or signed with secret key, and algorithm will be our algorithm. Okay. So basically we are parsing our data from the token. Now this token is getting signed and verified with the secret key. Okay. Now username would be string payload dot get, and here we have to pass our sub. Sub means all the information about username or user ID that is stored within this name sub, and this is the standard name for JWT kill. Okay. So using this name, token gets automatically understand what is the username or user ID. Okay. In the same way, we have to pass our role. Role also would be string equal to payload dot get. Within this, we have to pass our role. Okay. Now we put a if condition. If username is none, okay, or role is none, then raise exception. This is credential exception. Okay. This credential exception. Okay. Except JWT error. Except JWT error, raise credential exception. Perfect. So if there is no exception, then we return one message. Okay. Message would be, I'm putting f string. And in this I'm passing hello. Current user No, I'm just returning simply username and role. Okay. User name as username and role as role. Okay. So this is our basically get kind user function. So if the user is correct, then username and role will be returned. Okay. So for that, you have to create another endpoint, that is protected endpoint. Okay. App dot get. Now we have to use get method, and we are creating another endpoint that is protected. Right. So basically, one is protected root. If user is correct, then you will be able to access this endpoint. Okay. So these are basic concept. So get protected root. Okay. And within this, we are passing current user. Current user need to be dictionary. Okay. Because username, password, everything is coming. So it would be dictionary. Depends, and in this you have to pass get current user. Right. Now, if everything got matched, then we have to return one message. Okay. Message. We can write like hello username something. Okay. Hello this current user username and for you accessed a protected root. Okay, I'm passing this simple message if user is correct. Okay. Now we have to check the role, whatever role you are asking for. So once you are logged in, then based on your role, whatever role you are assigned for, only that role access will be given, right? So before that, we have to check your role. So for that, we have to write another definition, that is there require roles. With this, I'm passing allowed roles. Okay, allowed roles, and that would be list. In this, I'm passing a stream. Okay. Date role checker, and I'm passing current user. Current user that will be dict equal to depends get current user. Okay. Now I have to check user role. If user role, or before that I have to create the user role. User role would be current user dot get role. Okay. Now I have to check if user role not in allowed roles. Okay. Then we have to raise an exception, HTTP exception. Okay. Status code would be status, and this time we have to pass 403 forbidden exception. Okay. Detail would be not enough permission. Okay. Not okay. So basically, whatever role are assigned, that will check first. If that role is in the allowed roles, then only give the access, else it will throw the error. Okay. And then, and if user role is in allowed roles, then we'll return current user. Okay. Current user. Okay. One spelling mistake is there. Ground. Project. And finally, we have to return our role seeker function. Okay. Perfect. Finally, we have to return our role seeker. Okay. Now let's see this endpoint in our Swagger, right? Okay. How it works. For that, auth scheme is undefined. Okay. Let me exit. Login, access. Okay, I have not defined this one. Basically, I have to initiate my this auth to password bearer. Okay. Sorry to this, and within this we have to pass token URL as login. Okay. So these are basically after login, our token is getting generated. So in token URL, we have to pass our login. Right. So if dot recons. Okay. Okay. You records. Yes. It's okay. Now let's see our protected endpoint. Okay. Now see our protected endpoint also gets created. Okay. Perfect. Now see on these as our protected endpoints. So this authorize button gets created, and now we have to pass our username password. Username is our, if I put any kind of wrong user ID. Okay. Now see it is showing authentication error. Okay. Now if I pass the correct one and now press authorize, now it's showing available authorization. Okay. Now it is getting logged in. You are getting logged out and close. So that means you are logged in. Now if I press close, and now in protected, if I try it now, press execute. Now let's see. Hello Rocky, you access protected group. That means my user ID and and password both are matched with the token, and it is getting verified and signed by the security key that I have mentioned. Okay, that means I am successfully logged in and I am getting the authorization as a user. Okay, fine. So now we are accessing our protected root. Now let's create another endpoint where we can see our entire profile. Okay, now for that we have to write @app.get, and okay, let me public, that is profile. Okay, here we can see our entire profile. Okay, now let me write the function profile current user would be dictionary. Okay, depends required roles would be, and we have to pass all the roles. Okay, suppose user one is admin. Okay, I'm passing all this role that I'll to store in my database. Okay, so I'm keeping only these two roles for the time being, and returning one message a string profile of will be current user, and I have to pass my username. Okay, and current user role. Okay, current user role. Fine. So let's see in Swagger UI. Now I refresh, hit me authorize again. Rocky 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now it is authorized. Now I'm clicking protected. Okay, hello Rocky. You access protected root. Now this is the profile. And if I try and execute, now see profile of Rocky, and I have registered as user role, so it is showing profile of Rocky is user. Okay, so my profile endpoint is also working. Now let's create another endpoint for showing the role. Okay, basically it is role based dashboard. Okay, so for that app.get, okay, I'm creating, first of all I'm creating /user/dashboard. Okay, for the role of user I'm creating the dashboard. Okay, dashboard endpoint. Okay, give user dashboard. Within this I'm passing current user, that would be dipped. Everything is same. Okay, depends. Here I have to pass required roles, that has to be user. Fine. Perfect. And now return. I'm returning one message. That is welcome. user. Okay. In the same way, I'm creating another dashboard for admin. Okay. Now it would be admin. This would be admin. Okay. Welcome admin. Okay. Now let's see in our Swagger UI. So let me refresh it. Now everything got created. Profile dashboard, user dashboard, admin dashboard. Okay. Now I'm authorizing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now authorized. Okay. Now first of all, let me protect. Let me click on protect. Okay. Hello Rocky, you accessed as a protected area. Okay. Now let me click on profile. Now see, profile of Rocky is user. Perfect. Now this user dashboard endpoint. Now try execute. Now see, welcome user, because my role is user. Okay. And if I press admin, not enough permission, because there is I have logged in as a user. I don't have the permission as a admin. Okay. So that is why it is showing not enough permission. Perfect. Now let's try to insert another value, another data. Okay. As admin. So for that I have to click on sign up. Try it now. Now here I'm passing the name as Sam. Okay. Now Sam. gmail.com. Password 1, 2, 3, 4. Role as admin. Okay. Now let's execute. Okay. Now successful. Now let me check in Workbench. Now this is the only one record is there initially. Now let me run this query again. Now see, the second record has been inserted. Sam at the gmail.com. This is the hash password and role is admin. Perfect. Now let me authorize. Now if I click on login and Sam 1, 2, 3, 4 and click execute. Now see, it is generating the token. That means I am successfully logged in. Okay. So let me log in this authorize using this authorize button. Okay. Now I'm already Rocky is logged in. So let me log out. Okay. Now I'm logging as Sam. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now authorize. I'm authorizing Sam to log in. Okay. So Sam gets logged in. Now if I click on protect and click execute. Now see, hello Sam, you accessed a protected root. Perfect. Now click on profile. Let me cancel it. Now let's dial it. If I click now execute. Now see, profile of Sam is the admin. Great. Now user dashboard. Let me cancel it. Now let's try it. This is the dashboard for user, but I have been logged in as admin. Remember. Okay. Now let's execute. Now see, not enough permission because I have logged in as a admin. But this is the endpoint for dashboard for URL user, right? Perfect. Now click on admin. Now let me cancel it. Now let's try as admin. Now let's execute. Now see, welcome admin, right? Because I have logged in as admin. So perfectly, all our endpoint is perfectly working. Okay. That's great. So first of all, we sign up, then logged in, then authorized ourselves, then protected. We are accessing our protected endpoint. Then we can see our entire profile. We can see our once we are authorized, then we can see our dashboard based on our role. If I logged in as user, then I can see this user dashboard endpoint, and if I logged in as admin, then we can see the dashboard of this admin dashboard. Right? Perfect. Everything is working perfectly. So my authorization is complete. Let me push it in GitHub. Okay. Now I'm stopping my server. Now let me push all the codes in GitHub. Git add git commit -m authorization complete. Authorization file created. Okay, it is like this, created. Perfect. Now I'm pushing my data in GitHub. Git push origin main. Okay, so all my files get inserted in my GitHub. Okay, guys. So guys, this is the entire example of how we can authorize and authenticate our user using FastAPI. Okay, so I hope you understand, guys. So guys, if you are liking my video till now, please do like and subscribe my channel, and please share with everyone. Okay, thank you. Okay guys, so in this particular video, we are going to see how we can containerize or dockerize our FastAPI app using Docker. Okay, so to understand this video, guys, you need to have a basic knowledge of Docker. So I'm not going to give you complete tutorial on Docker. I'm not going to teach you Docker in this video. If you want a dedicated video on Docker, then just comment me down. I definitely create a separate dedicated video on Docker. Okay, so I'm assuming you have a basic knowledge of Docker to understand this video. But still, who doesn't have a basic knowledge of Docker? So for them, let me give you a brief introduction about Docker, how Docker works, okay, and how Docker is used to containerize any kind of app. Okay, in couple of minutes, I just give you a small introduction. Okay. So in our last video, that means authorization video, we have seen how we can create our different type of endpoints. Okay, that is basically our app. Okay, and how it communicate with MySQL. Okay, where we have created our database, then we created our table, then we insert some user. Okay, so this entire process we have seen. So we consider this entire process as our total FastAPI app. Okay, FastAPI app. So basically we'll dockerize this entire app. Okay, so in our project, what we have done in our project, we have used few libraries like MySQL. Okay, one is SQLAlchemy, right? Python. So this type of different things we have used. Suppose we have used MySQL version of 1.0.1. Let's say, okay, I'm just giving one example. For SQLAlchemy, we have used suppose 2.0.1. Okay, for Python, we have used 3.13. Okay, now this is the dependency for my project, and I'm using suppose Windows system. Okay, now my code is ready. Okay, now after few months or after few days or few months, suppose I have to send this code to somebody else for testing purpose. Okay, for testing purpose, I have to send this code. Now might be this user is using Linux system or Mac system. Okay, so this is completely different from my system. Now if this user get this code and he will install all this code directly in his system, suppose this MySQL, he will install MySQL, SQLAlchemy, okay, and Python. So if he or she directly installed this code in his system, then there will be a couple of problem will be arised. Number one, he needs to install all this library manually. Okay. Number two, when my code was created by me, that time MySQL 1.0.1 version was there. Now, if after a few days or few months when he tries to install this MySQL, might be in MySQL has released a new version, that is 1.0.1. In the same way, SQLAlchemy might be having 2.0.2. In Python might be 3.14, right? So my code is completely capable or compatible. That means my code is completely trained by these versions only. Okay, so when this person will install this version, then there will be another problem, that is version conflict. Okay, so the person will be installed this new version, so my code will get this version only, then that time version will conflict, and that is why my code might be crashed. Okay, in his or her system, right? So first of all, he needs to install all these things manually. This is the number one one. Number two is the version, there might be version conflict when he install this code as it is, okay, after a few days or few months. In the same way, if we want to deploy this code in some cloud, suppose AWS or GCP, now whenever we deploy this code directly to in cloud system for deployment, then the same problem will arise. First of all, we have to manually install every dependency. Number two, version will conflict. That time my code might be crashed. Okay, this is why we need to use our containerization concept. Okay, so to overcome this entire issue, we have to containerize our app using Docker. Okay, using Docker, we need to containerize our app to overcome this issue. So what happened? So in Dockerization, what happened? Suppose my code is my dependencies by MySQL version with 1.0.1. okay, SQLAlchemy is 2.0.1, and Python is 3.13. okay, now this is my app. Now containerization means, suppose you just consider as a box. Okay, we just create a container. Okay, we just create a box, that is container, and we keep all my files with his version within this container, and we freeze this version of all the codes. Okay, so once we freeze all the codes and keep all the codes in a single container, then it becomes an image. Okay, so basically putting all my codes in a single container is called containerization. So basically we freeze all my codes within this container and keep all my codes in this container and create one image. Okay, now what happens if I send this image to anyone for testing purpose? Okay, now this person will pull this image to his own system and just run the image. Okay, so automatically what happened, once he pull this image from Docker Hub, so automatically this container will be downloaded. Okay, this container will be downloaded, and once this container will be downloaded, so automatically all the same version, whatever mentioned in this container, the same version of my codes or my dependency will be downloaded with this container. So once this person will use this container, then automatically same version of everything of my code will be installed in his system. So first of all, he don't need to do any manual work, any kind of manual work. So once he just run this image, automatically all the dependencies will be installed. So there is no manual work. And number two, there is no version conflict. Okay, so there is no version conflict, as my same version will be installed over here. Okay, so same version of the code will be installed with this container in his or her own system. So there is no version conflict. So automatically my code will not crash, right? So my code will not crash.
In the same way, when I send this code to cloud for deployment purpose, so automatically this image will be pulled in this cloud, and the same container will be pulled, and the same version of all my all codes will be pulled here. So automatically all the version will be installed automatically. There is no manual work. Okay, and the second is the same version of the code will be installed in my cloud. So there is no version conflict over here. Okay, so wherever we use this image, irrespective of system, environment, or anything, wherever we use this image, the same version of the code or library will be installed, and there is no conflict, version conflict will happen, and there is no manual work, and automatically the same code will be installed in that particular environment. So the environment on which my actual code is compatible, that same environment will be created in their system, and automatically my code will run with the particular version of the libraries, okay, of the codes. So automatically everything will run smoothly and perfectly. So there will be no issue. That is why we need to use containerization of our app, and for that we need to use Docker. Docker is the widely used containerization platform that we need to use. Okay, so this is the basic concept of Docker. So I hope guys you understand why you need to use Docker and how we can create containerization for our app. Okay, so particular in this video, what we are going to see, first of all, we create one Docker file. Okay, Docker file is basically steps of instruction. Okay, step of instruction how Docker should create the image. Okay, this is steps of instruction how Docker should create the image. That is the Docker file. Number 2, we have to create Docker compose.yml file. Okay, that is basically whenever we work any kind of app, suppose in our app we are working with our app, that is FastAPI app. Okay, FastAPI app, along with we are working along with MySQL. Okay, now here two services there, one is my FastAPI app and one is MySQL. Whenever we work more than one container or service, then we have to orchestrate all the container in a single YML file. Okay, so in this YML file, that is Docker compose YML file, in this YML file we have to mention all our service one by one. We have to mention all our service, and when Docker will create this image, then Docker will read from this Docker compose file whatever container we have mentioned over here, it will create that container one by one. Okay, so to orchestrate all the service in a single file, we have to get Docker compose.yml file. Okay, now once we create the Docker compose file, then we build our image. Okay, that means containerization. Okay, and once our image is ready, then we have to push our image in Docker Hub. Why? Because in Docker Hub we have to make it public. So that it can accessible by anyone. So when we pushed our image in Docker Hub, then it gets public, and it is accessible by anyone at any time. So as a other person, as a user or tester, you can download this image at any time from Docker Hub. Okay, so that is why we need to push it in Docker Hub to make it accessible to anyone. Okay, so once it is pushed, then we'll see how being a other user, we can pull this image in our system. Okay, suppose I am a tester or other person, I need to use this image for testing purpose, then how we can pull this image from Docker Hub. Okay, so we'll see how we can pull this image from Docker Hub in our system to run in our system, okay, to test this code basically, okay. So these all the steps we are going to see in our this video, okay. But before that, two things you need to have. First of all, one is you need to download Docker Desktop, okay. There is a one software that is Docker Desktop that you need to download in your system and you have to install, okay. And the second one is you have to create an account in Docker Hub. Just go to hub.docker.com and you have to create one account in Docker Hub, okay. In the same account, you have to log in Docker Desktop as well, okay. So these two steps you need to perform before starting your configuration of your app, okay. So guys, you just do missing. I just show you how you can do this, okay. So guys, in order to download your Docker Desktop, just write in Google Docker Desktop download, and if you go this get started Docker this URL, and you will see download Docker Desktop. And if you hover over here, then you can see download for Mac, Windows, Linux, okay. So whatever you have system, just accordingly you just download the Docker system and install in your system, okay. Just normal process. And the second one is Docker Hub. Just go hub.docker.com and just sign up over here and create your own account in Docker Hub, okay. So these two steps you just perform before starting your practical of Dockerization of your app, okay. So I have you guys do it by yourself. So let's jump to our coding part, okay. Okay guys, so I have opened my code editor. Now in my previous video we have seen how FastAPI communicates with MySQL database, how we can create database, how we can create tables, how we can insert data in our table, how we can authorize our user, and different things, right? So let's Dockerize or let's containerize this app using Docker, okay. So for this, first of all, we have to create few files in our root directory, okay. So this is our root directory, and this is our authorization folder that we have created in our last video. So we will containerize this app, okay. But for that, we have to create few files in the root directory where this folder is present, okay. So in your root directory, we have to create, first of all, one is .docker-ignore, okay. Docker-ignore. So we have to mention few things. So in Docker-ignore, just like git-ignore, those file we do it, those file are called as those we don't want to consider. I mean, we don't want Docker to be considered when Docker getting any image, okay. So those file and folders you have to mention in Docker-ignore file. So when Docker will create the image, then Docker will not consider these files or folders, okay. So for this we have to mention few folder. There is PyCatch, okay. PyCatch. One is start.uyc, okay. Start pyo, normally is start.pyo, .env, okay, .env, right. So this file we don't want Docker should be considered while creating the image, okay. So this is the one file. Now second file we have to create, that is Docker file, okay. Before that, we have to freeze this library version, okay. So see, basically we need to freeze these libraries before containerization, so that whenever we use this image to any kind of environment, in that environment only this version will be installed, so that there will not be any conflict on library version, right. So if we freeze this libraries version, then automatically whenever the image will be used, the same version of the library will be used on that system, okay. So that is why we need to freeze our all the libraries. So for that, we have to freeze this file.
Let me open my command prompt. So my environment is already active. So to freeze, we have to write pip freeze arrow requirement.txt and press enter. Now see, all my libraries got freezed. Now see, if you might be wondering that there were only 5 or 6 libraries that we have mentioned, but there are many other libraries that already get created automatically. So don't worry. Actually, when we install any kind of library, so at the same time, some few supporting library also get installed with the library that we installed. Okay, in the backend side. So whenever we install any kind of library, at the same time in the backend, automatically few supporting library also get installed with that library. Okay, that is why here all different library you can see over here. Okay, so my requirement files is fixed. Now we have to create our Docker file. See, Docker file is the file where we have to mention all the steps. How we have to create our image. Basically, this is an instruction file where we have to mention how Docker should create this image. Okay, so this is basically Docker file. So in Docker file, we have to mention first from Python, and we have to mention which Python we want to use. Okay, which Python version. Let's use 3.10 Slim. Okay, so basically the Python version 3.10 Slim, this version of the image will be installed. Okay, so this is our first one. The second one is we have to mention our work directory. Okay, and we mention work directory as app. Okay, let's create our app directory. You can mention any kind of name. Okay, here this is your work directory. You can keep any name. So I'm keeping as app. Okay, now we have to mention copy requirements.txt. Okay, .txt space dot. That means we are copying everything, whatever is mentioned in requirement text file. We are copying everything. Okay, now after copying, we have to run our command, that is run, and we have to run pip install -- no catch dir -r requirement.txt. Okay, now once our requirement gets installed, then we have to copy remaining all the things. We have to copy everything. Copy space dot. Okay, now we have to expose our port. So expose 8000. So we are basically exposing our 8000 port. Okay, now we have to mention cmd, and in this you have to mention first uvicorn. Okay, now auth.main.app, comma --host .0 This is our host. Okay, this is our host number, and we have to mention our port. Okay, -- code, and that would be our port is 8000, right? All right, so our Docker file is ready. So basically in Docker file we have mentioned all the steps which Docker should follow while making the image. Okay, So first of all, 3.10 slim version of the Python image should be installed. Then our working directory should be app. Then whatever library we have mentioned in our requirements txt file, then everything will be copied. Then requirement.txt file will be installed. Then everything, entire work directory will be copied. Okay. Then we are exposing our 8000 port, and finally we are running our command. Okay. If we can auth.main :app, host is 4 times 0.0.0. and port is 8000. Okay. So our Docker file is ready. Now we have to make little bit changes in our file, as this is our Docker. So whenever we are working with Dockers, then just remember you have to mention our exact path. Okay. Everywhere. So in main.py, here import models scheme privileges, here just we have to make little bit modification. Here we have to mention from auth. Okay, we have to specify exact path. Okay, always exact path. Now from auth database, we have to mention auth.database. I'm just making exact path. Okay, so this is the folder path. So I'm just mentioning exact file path location. Okay, so main file is FastAPI, date time, rows, auth is okay. Okay, done. In models also have to mention auth database. Okay. Schemas. Okay, no, it not required. Utils not required. Models is done. Auth database not required. Auth table done. Okay. From auth, import models. Okay. And here also have to mention auth database. Okay. Fine. Key not required. Main is done. Model is done. Schema not required. Utils not required. Okay. We have done the modification. Okay. Now in our root folder, we have to create another file, that is Docker Compose. See, whenever we are working with multiple container, like see in our app, we have first of all, first container is our FastAPI app, and second container is MySQL. Okay, MySQL. So we have to use these two container in our image, right? So whenever we working with multiple container, then we have to orchestrate all the container in a single file. Okay, so basically in a Docker Compose file, we have to create one file, that is Docker Compose YML file. So in this YML file, we have to mention all our container one by one, so that whenever the Docker going to create the image, then he can consider all the container that is mentioned in the Docker Compose file. It will create all the container one by one. Okay, so that is why we need to create Docker Compose.yml file, where we can mention all our containers that required in our project. Okay, so in our project we need two container. One is FastAPI container, that is our main app container. Another is MySQL container. Okay, so let's create Docker Compose.yml. Okay, Docker Compose.yml file. So in this file, first of all, we have to mention our version. Okay, so let's say version is 3.8. Okay, now we have to mention one by one all our container, that is service. We can write all the container as service. Okay, so we have to mention services. Okay, so first service, see, remember, whenever we write any Docker Compose file, you have to keep in mind that the indentation is very much important to create this file. Okay, so you have to be very careful about indentation whenever you are writing Docker Compose file. Okay, so first service is our DB. Okay, database, right? So we have to mention image.
which image we want to use. That is MySQL 8.0. That means when Docker is going to create our this container, about the database container, then Docker should consider MySQL 8.0 version of the MySQL Docker image. Okay, so from Docker Hub, basically from Docker Hub, MySQL 8.0 version of the image will be downloaded. Okay, next is container name. We have to provide one container name. Okay, container name. Let's see, MySQL DB. Okay, DB. Okay, now we have to mention the environment. Environment means here we have to mention all our host, password, database host, password, database name, everything. Okay, so whenever we work with the local our MySQL database, so in our project we have mentioned in this file, just a minute, here we have mentioned everything: MySQL, password, host, port, database, everything, right? So all these variables is related to our local MySQL server. So whenever Docker will create the image for our MySQL container, okay, MySQL container, so it will download the MySQL 8.0 version, and it will we have to provide some password, host, database that will use in MySQL Docker image. Okay, so we have to mention MySQL root password, and we have to provide any password. Okay, suppose 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm keeping just like this. Okay, now I have to mention MySQL root host, that would be root, and root for mentioning that we have to mention just percentage. Okay, percentage symbol. And another is MySQL database, and you see we are giving the name as FastAPI DB. Okay, fine. So our environment is ready. Now we have to mention our ports. Okay, ports. Now for this we have to map. Let's map our 336 port. Okay, now we are mapping 3366 port with 3306 port. Okay, so remember 3306 is our external and 3306 is our internal. Okay, so whenever we work in our local MySQL database, then 3306 was the port. Now I'm mapping that 3306 port with 3366 port. Okay, so it is ready. Now we have to mention volumes. Okay, and we have to write MySQL underscore data colon slash var slash lib slash MySQL. Okay, so these are volume. Now for health, we have to mention some health check. For this, for health checkup. Okay, health check. I have to mention test CMD MySQL admin ping comma -h. Okay, comma localhost. One is interval would be 5 seconds. Okay, timeout is also 5s.
time and also 5 seconds, and retrieve would be 5 times. Okay. Now our one container is ready. Now our database container is ready. Okay. Now we have to mention our second container. That means second service. That is our app. Okay. So we have mentioned our first API app. Okay. Now we have to first build and we have to put just dot. Dot means everything. Okay. Now we have to provide our container name. And let's give it as first API app. Okay. Now we have to mention depends on. That means this first API container will be depends on which container. Okay. That we have to mention. So depends on, and here we have to mention our DB container. Okay. DB container. And we have to mention one condition. Condition is service healthy. Okay. Service healthy. Perfect. Now we have to assign our ports. Okay. Ports. So our ports is 8000 ports. In 8000 ports, we have run our API, right? So 8000 ports, I am mapping 8000 and 8000. Okay. And here you have to mention our environment. Okay. Now here we have to mention all our environment that we have mentioned in our database. This one. Okay. So all these things we have to mention in our environment of this FastAPI app. Okay. So MySQL host, mention MySQL host, that would be DB. Okay. You have to mention is DB instead of localhost. Okay. Second is MySQL port, that would be 3306, right? MySQL user, that is root. Fourth one is MySQL password equal to 123456. Okay. And last one is MySQL database. Okay. That is first API DB. Okay. So our environment for this first API container is ready. Now we have to mention volume. Volumes. MySQL data. Okay. So my Docker Compose file is ready. So here we have mentioned our all the container that is service one by one. Now here we are working with our FastAPI app and MySQL database. So we have mentioned only two container, that means two services. First one is database and second one is FastAPI. Okay. So how many service you want to create, how many container you want to create, you have to mention one by one. Okay. So these are we have to write our Docker Compose file. Now we have to do another little modification. As while creating image, Docker will consider everything from the Docker Compose file, right? So for that, in our database, instead of hard coding all the value, we have to read this value from Docker Compose file. Okay. So for that, we have to import OS. Okay. Using environment variable, we have to read all the values from Docker Compose file. Okay.
So we have to mention, instead of the hard coding value, we have to mention os dot get env, os dot get env, and within here we have to mention our variable that we have mentioned in Docker Compose file. Okay, understand? So we have mentioned the Docker Compose file in Docker. The user is MySQL user. Okay, so here we have to mention os dot get env, variable name is MySQL user, and if I did not mention any value in MySQL user variable, then automatically this value would be considered. Okay, this is the concept. So in this variable, the value of this variable will comes from the Docker Compose file. If I did not mention any kind of value in Docker Compose file, then this value would be considered. Okay, and in the same way, I have to mention everything. So here it would be MySQL password, and if not present value, then it will consider as root password. Okay, root password. Okay, now this one would be host, MySQL host, and this would be DB, this would be MySQL port, this would be 3306, this would be database, this would be FastAPI DBO. Okay, that's it. Only this little manipulation we have to create. Okay, and one more thing, we can add few things for debugging purpose. Okay, so we can write echo equal to true. Okay, basically it will print SQL to logs. Okay, and another is pull pre-pin. Okay, that would be true. Basically it helps keep MySQL connection alive. Okay, so for debugging purpose we have mentioned these two things. Okay, so we have done all the modification in our files, and we have created Docker file, Docker compose.yml file. Okay, everything is created. Now let's create our Docker image. Okay, now let's see how we can get. So in order to create our image, we have to run few commands. Okay, so first of all, we have to create open our command prompt, and here we have to write Docker compose. As we want to execute our compose file, that is why we need to write Docker compose Docker compose up -- build -d for detach. Okay, and press enter. Okay, there's an issue. Compose OMS service.FastAPI volume must be an array. Let me check. Service volume. Okay, this has to be here. Okay, now let's execute the command again. Okay, and but before that we have to open our Docker desktop. Okay, so Docker desktop has to be opened before running this script command. Okay, so my desktop Docker desktop is open. Now let's execute this command. Now see, started pulling the image of MySQL 8.0. Okay, now see, as we have mentioned, we want MySQL 8.0 image of MySQL. Now it is pulling MySQL 8.0 from Docker Hub. Okay, so it is pulling that image. Now once it is pulled this image, now then it will create this DB container. After creating the DB container, it will create the FastAPI app container. Okay, so it will take some time, guys. So let it install first. It will perform one by one everything. Now it is creating, it is putting the image. Then it will install all. It will create the work directory, that is app, that is we have mentioned over here. After that, it will copy the requirement file. Then it will install the requirement file, and then it will execute this command. Okay. So one by one, whatever method we are in our Docker file, that will be performed over here. Okay. So okay, guys. Now my container is created. Now let's open the Docker desktop. Now see, two image, MySQL image and FastAPI my app image. These two image has been created. Okay. And in container, this FastAPI tutorial, and one container we have mentioned the container name is MySQL and the second container as my FastAPI app. This one. Now see, first one was MySQL first container name, and second container name was FastAPI app. Okay. So this is the first one, and this is the second one. Okay. So both container has been created and both are running. Okay. So my MySQL image container is running on this port, and my FastAPI app running on this port. Okay. Now if we open our browser and write localhost :8000. Okay. Now see, our code is running and /docs. Now see, all our endpoint is showing over here. That means our app is running. Okay. Using Docker, the image of our app has been created, and when we are running that image in our browser, then automatically our first container is running. That is our app. Okay. Now for running the second container, we have to create our table first. Okay. To communicate with the MySQL, first of all, we have to create our table, just like in our previous video I have shown. First of all, we have to create our table. Then we have to insert some data. Okay. So in order to create our table, we have to run another command. So we have to write docker exec execute. Okay. Space -it, and we have to provide our container name. It is FastAPI app dash. Okay. By executing this, basically this command will run in container shell. Okay. So once we execute, now see, this is our root, and here we have to run our table creation command. Basically, it is running in the container shell, and in this container we are creating our table. Okay. As our MySQL server is now within this container. Okay. So for this, now first of all, let me check where I am. SQLWD. Okay, I'm the /app. Okay. So now we have to write Python -m. That is our folder name, auth table. Okay. Now it has been executed. Now let's check in our Swagger UI. Okay. Now if we run this sign up, and write any name, Jack. Okay. Jack, password 123 as admin, and let's execute. Now see, response body 200. Okay. That means our table has been created and our data has been successfully inserted. Okay. Now if we see in login,
Now let's try it. In username JWT, I'm putting wrong name and right password. Let's execute. Now it's showing invalid username. Okay. If we write the right username and wrong password, then it will show invalid password. Right. Now user and password is both are correct, and execute and see it is creating our token. Okay. Now let's authorize. Okay. JWT Jack 123. Okay. Now let's authorize. Now see it is logged in. Okay. Now if we can access our protected endpoint. Now let's try execute. Now see, hello Jack, you accessed the protected root, right? Great. Now profile. We try and execute. Now see, profile of Jack is admin. Great. Now there is a dashboard for user. If we try it and try execute, it is showing not enough function because we have registered as a admin. Okay, and this is the user dashboard, and the another is admin dashboard. Okay, now try and execute. Now see, welcome admin. Okay, that means we have created our database and we have inserted your data and we are executing everything, but everything is running on a Docker container. Okay. So we are not using our local MySQL server. We are not using our 127.0.0.1 URL. Okay. So we are using our MySQL Docker image. Okay. And we have created our Docker image of MySQL, and this is for MySQL image, and this is our app image. Okay. Using this image, we have created our container MySQL DB and FastAPI app. So basically, in this container, our app is running. Okay. In this container, our app is running. Now my image is ready. Now using this image, we can send this image to anyone for testing purpose, so that the same environment gets installed in their own system, or we can directly include this image to our any kind of cloud platform, that is AWS, GCP, Azure, whatever it is, and we can deploy our app directly. Okay. So this is our basically image, Docker image. Okay. Now let's see how we can push this image to our Docker Hub, so that anyone can pull this image as per their requirement. So if we keep this image in Docker Hub, then whenever it is required by anyone, they can go to Docker Hub and they can pull this image for their own system. Okay. So let's see how we can push this image to Docker Hub. So for that, you have to open your Docker Hub, hub.docker.com, and you have to log in using your user ID password. Okay. Then let me exit this one. Okay. Now you have to write, first of all, you have to write Docker login. Okay. Docker login. Once you press enter, then it will ask your username and password. If you are logged in your browser, then it will log in successfully. Else it will ask you the credential and you have to provide it. As I have already logged in, and previously I logged in over here, that's why it is showing login success. Okay. So my Docker Hub login is successful. Now I have to write Docker, and we have to provide one tag. Okay. Tag against my image tag. So Docker tag, and I have to provide my image name. My image name is this one. Okay. So Docker tag, my image name. Okay. Space, I have to provide my user ID of the Docker Hub. Okay. This is my user ID, and here I have to mention my image name, whatever I have to keep in Docker Hub. Okay. So let me write it as FastAPI MySQL. Okay. SQL /nettest. Okay. And press enter. Now my local image has been tagged as FastAPI MySQL. Okay. Now I have to push this image to Docker Hub. So for that, we have to write Docker push my username /
my image name. First API MySQL latest. Okay. Before that, let me show you. There is no image in that name in my Docker Hub. Okay. So once I press enter, now see, everything is getting pushed in my Docker Hub. Okay. Now see, all the files, all the image is getting pushed in Docker Hub. So it is going to be public. Once it is pushed in Docker Hub, then it will be public. So anyone can download this, pull this image to their own system and use it as it is. Okay. So let it push first. Okay, it is done. Now if I open my Docker Hub and refresh, now see, this image has been created. Okay, this image has been created. Okay, now see, this is a public URL. Okay, right? Tag, latest, everything is there. Okay, so my image is public and it is already posted in Docker Hub. Now suppose I am another person, I am a tester. I am a different person who wants to use this image in my own system. Okay, so how do I do that? So for that, let me first stop my container and delete this image. Okay, so for that, I have to write docker compose down. Okay, using this command, you can stop your container and remove your container. Okay, so docker compose down. Now it will stopping my container first and it will remove. Okay, now see, my container is removed. Okay, now to remove this image, I have to see, this is these two images I have created. Okay, and this is the image that has been pushed in Docker Hub. Okay, so don't mix it up. Okay, this is the separate image. So my local image is this two is my local image. As this is my same login, that Docker Desktop and Docker Hub is the same login. So it is showing over here. So basically this is the Docker Hub. Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me delete everything. Okay. Now for removing the image, I have to write docker rm remove image. Okay. And paste the image ID. This one, and let me delete this one also. Okay, let me check whether it is working or not. Complete image depends multiple equal body. Okay, docker remind this one. Okay, image is referring to multiple repository. Okay, as this image is linked to my Docker Hub, so it is not getting deleted. Okay, don't worry. So I'm just showing you that process. Now if I go to my Docker Hub, now this is my image. Suppose this is my image. I want to pull this image to my system. Okay, now what I have to do, I have to go to the tag. Okay, now if you go to a tag, then see, this is the command docker pull. This is the username and this is the image name. Now I have to copy this URL, and being a other person, I have to write this command over here. Okay, and I have to press enter. Now it will pull the image of FastAPI image to my own system. Okay. As already this image is there, so it is not getting pulled. Image is up to date. Okay, okay, right. As the image is already in my own desktop, Docker desktop, so it is not getting pulled. But here is the comment. Okay, here is the comment. Docker pulled. Docker pull. You have to Docker pull username / the image name : latest, and it will pull the entire image in your system. Then, as it is, I have shown how you can run the image
how we can run the container. Okay, in the same way you have to run that image in your own system so that you can test the file or deploy the file of your app. Okay, so this is how we can containerize our FastAPI app using Docker. Okay, so we have seen everything in this example. Now let push this in code in GitHub. So let me commit my code in GitHub. Okay, so for that I have to write git add, then git commit -m FastAPI with Docker. And GitHub git push origin main. Okay, now my entire code is getting pushed in my GitHub account. Okay, so everything is pushed in GitHub. So guys, I will keep this GitHub link in my description box, so you can download all the codes from there. Okay, so guys, so in this video we have seen how we can containerize our app, how can we create our image, how can we push our image to Docker Hub, then how as a user we can, or as a other person, how we can download, how we can pull that image in our system to use that code, right? So everything we have covered in this video. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so that's a wrap on this complete FastAPI full course. Over the past lesson, we have built a real-world API from the ground up, covering everything from basic routes and CRUD operation to database integration, authentication, and even Dockerizing our application for real-world deployment, right? So basically, you know how to create endpoints using FastAPI with clear and clean code, connect your application to MySQL and manage database schemas safely, implement secure user authentication and role-based access, right? And containerize your service with Docker and Docker Compose, so your app run consistently across some environment. Okay, so what next? Now you can build different type of project. You can try adding features to this project, add pagination and filtering to your API. Try integration with front-end frameworks like React or Next.js. Okay, so I would like to see what you built with this skill. So be sure to tag me in your project. So if you enjoyed this course, please hit like button, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss future backend or any kind of future videos. So drop a comment below if you have questions or suggestion. I really read every single one. So thank you so much for watching this, and I will see you in the next video. Thank you.